Chapter 1565. Senior Su, what are you talking about? Tai Chi Yinluan was stunned. When did they fall into the trap? Su Yu looked anxious and said, If you were about to break free, would you provoke the enemy at the most critical moment? No, Tai Chi Yinluan said with certainty. If that were the case, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Su Yu said, How long has the World Annihilation Dragon lived? How could he not have the slightest bit of cunning? He could have secretly unlocked the seal one step ahead of us, but he insisted on appearing in front of us. What do you think his purpose is? With this explanation, Tai Chi Yinluan and the Moonwatch sect leader suddenly understood. They were all leaders of a region, so they were good at scheming. So they immediately understood the meaning behind Su Yu's words and came to a sudden realization. Looking at the God Realm and the Lost Nation, they were all attracted to the battle against the World Annihilation Dragon. How could they not understand the meaning of the World Annihilation Dragon? To buy time for the sinful lady to break free and prevent her from being interrupted. Ha! Now you understand? Unfortunately, it's too late. The Master is about to break free. Don't even think about disturbing him. The World Annihilation Dragon roared, and his huge body shook. The huge stone gate under him closed with a loud bang. Su Yu and the others rushed over the moment the stone gate closed. But the world of glaciers suddenly changed dramatically. Ice creatures with a strong aura of level 1 were born from the glaciers. There were hundreds of them, and the leader was a snow beast that surpassed level 1 and was very close to the level of a middle god. Their faces were strange, and their bodies were full of hunger and thirst. Pairs of dark eyes stared greedily at Su Yu and the others. The Beast King appeared, and his eyes immediately shot out dark lightning. The lightning was a step ahead of them and fell on the stone gate, weaving into a net of electricity. Su Yu and the others stopped, and the stone gate closed with a loud bang. Before the gate closed, the World Annihilation Dragon looked up to the sky and laughed. You can rest in peace in the ancient tomb forever. The snow beasts left by the Master will treat you well. Su Yu's face was sullen. From beginning to end, it was a trap, including the ancient tomb. The purpose was to trap and even seal the strong man who broke in to kill the sinful lady. Who is it? Who is plotting this in secret? Su Yu's eyes narrowed. From the 9 Emperor Stone tablet that revealed the truth of history, to the empty ancient tomb, to the 10,000 blood talismans that deceived all living beings and made them firmly believe that the sinful lady was suppressed in the ancient tomb. There must be someone hiding behind the scenes, controlling everything in the dark. Senior Su, be careful. Suddenly, Tai Chi Yinluan's cry of alarm sounded beside his ear. At the same time, an incomparably tyrannical level 1 divine power gathered the rich energy of yin and yang and blocked in front of Su Yu. The 2 pitch-black lightning bolts were blocked by the power of yin and yang, producing crackling sounds. Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and the World Annihilation Plate flew out of his palm. With an extremely strong destructive power, the World Annihilation Plate destroyed the lightning and headed straight for the Beast King. The Beast King's eyes shot out lightning continuously, blocking the World Annihilation Plate. At the same time, hundreds of level 1 deities surrounded them from all directions. Tai Chi Yinluan and the Moonwatch sect leader gasped. How could they, who had just broken through to the first heaven, fight against hundreds of level 1 deities? Don't get entangled with them. Destroy the glacier. There must be a ball of absolute beginning energy under the glacier. Su Yu was calm. Perhaps the absolute beginning energy was not the only thing that could give birth to such powerful creatures out of thin air. However, the only magical thing that could produce such a dense white fog and boost one's cultivation was the absolute beginning energy. Hearing that, the group of people immediately dodged the attacks of the many snow beasts and changed their focus to destroying the glacier. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Moonwatch sect leader shattered an inconspicuous glacier. At the bottom of the glacier, an exquisite incense burner was revealed. Inside the incense burner, an incense stick with carved dragon patterns was burning. The Moonwatch sect leader was shocked. This ancient tomb had been sealed for billions of years. What kind of incense stick was this? Why was it still burning? However, just as Suyu had said, the incense stick gave off a very weak, absolute beginning energy as it burned. Only after many years of accumulation could so many snow beasts be born. Taking out the incense burner, the Moonwatch sect leader tried to break the incense stick. However, even with his level 1 cultivation, his fingers couldn't leave a single mark on the stick. Sensing this, the snow beasts, including the Beast King, seemed to be infuriated. They roared and rushed toward the Moonwatch sect leader. The Moonwatch sect leader was calm and composed. It seems that Suyu was right. If the incense stick is broken, these snow beasts will be affected. When he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and performed the most powerful sorcery of the wizard tribe, the lifeless soul, destroying curse. The tangible ripples swept across the area, but the incense stick remained unmoved. Let me try. Tai Ching Yinluan rushed over and gathered the power of yin and yang. Her beautiful eyes became sharp. Yin and yang primary awakening. The power of yin and yang separated abruptly, giving birth to an extremely sharp knife radiance. The knife radiance swept across the incense stick, but strangely it didn't move an inch. 2 level 1 existences had exhausted all their strength, but still couldn't do anything to the incense stick. Get out of the way. With a light shout, the world annihilation plate cut through the air rapidly. However, to everyone's astonishment, the world annihilation plate only left purple sparks on the incense stick. It didn't even leave a mark on the stick. The snow beasts had already surrounded the Moonwatch sect leader and Tai Ching Yinluan. Su Yu's eyes were solemn. The power of space appeared in his palm, and he teleported the 2 of them over. The snow beasts missed their target. They immediately turned around and pounced on Suyu and the others angrily. Senior Su, even the world annihilation plate can't break this thing. We'd better fight it head-on. Tai Ching Yinluan clenched her teeth and smiled bitterly. They had fought against the sinful woman, but they didn't even get to see her face before they were about to be buried in the ancient tomb. Moreover, they had finally broken through to level 1 and fulfilled their long-cherished wish. They didn't even have time to be happy about it. Suyu turned a deaf ear to her and seemed to be deep in thought. Just as the snow beasts were about to complete their encirclement, Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He had a thoughtful look on his face. It's not impossible to cut off the incense stick. However, the owner of this place was so kind and left us the key to open the stone door. Why do we need to do this? The incense stick was the key to open the stone door? No matter how one looked at it, the existence of the incense stick was a deliberate murderous intent. Its purpose was to kill all the living creatures that entered the ancient tomb. Where did Suyu get the key? In response to their doubts, Suyu only said one thing. What is the result of the collision between the strongest spear and the strongest shield? The fable that they had heard in their childhood suddenly dawned on them. The incense stick was invincible, and the stone door was extremely hard after hundreds of millions of years. When the 2 collided, one of them would be injured. Block the snow beasts for me. Suyu took a deep breath and turned into a sharp arrow. He held the incense stick in his hand and pierced the stone door with the incense stick. Bang! A violent tremor that shook the mountains and the earth came. The entire world of glaciers trembled violently. At the same time, a shocking explosive force erupted from the moment of contact. Suyu was the first to be hit and suffered devastating damage from the shockwave. His body shattered in an instant, leaving only the torso of the rules behind. Fortunately, the pure vitality immediately restored his body. This was Suyu. If it had been anyone else, they would have already died in the collision. An attempt at the cost of death was not without results. The incense stick was still there, and the incense stick was also there. On the other hand, the stone door had a crack the width of a person. However, the World Annihilation Dragon outside the stone door noticed it and immediately slapped its huge dragon tail to close the stone door. How could Suyu do as he wished? A golden light flew out of his palm, and the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron appeared. It was stuffed between the cracks of the two stone doors, blocking them. "Go," Suyu whispered, manipulating the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to continue to expand. Taiching Yunhuan, the Moonwatch sect leader, and the others came out one after another, leaving the ancient tomb. Finally, Suyu also flashed out. The moment he appeared, Suyu put away the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron without hesitation. He held the cauldron in his hand and slapped it above his head. A huge shadow also fell rapidly at this moment. Buzz! The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron trembled as if it had collided with something. Looking up, it was the furious World Annihilation Dragon. One of his huge black dragon claws was being blocked by the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. "Aunt, how did you do it? You can open the stone door from the inside." The World Annihilation Dragon was extremely surprised. This stone door was quite mysterious. Even in his heyday, it was extremely difficult for him to open the stone door from the inside. He did not believe that Suyu, a small prospective deity, could easily escape. Suyu shook his palm and shook off the giant claw of the World Annihilation Dragon. He immediately flew into the sky and said without looking back, "Go! The sinful girl is about to be born." "Where is she sealed?" Taiching Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect leader had experienced the ancient tomb and had long been convinced of Suyu's judgment. Suyu shook his head. "I'm not sure, but there is a place that I have been concerned about for a long time." The group traveled across the stars and the moon without stopping. Finally, they arrived at a place in the God realm in just 3 days. The Moonwatch sect leader was the most familiar with this place. He said in surprise, "This is the Blackwood Forest." "Suyu, you said that the sinful girl has actually been sealed in our lost nation?" In response, Suyu said, "It's just a suspicion. It had only been half a month since they last came here. Last time, the water of the God realm gathered here and quickly flowed away. Now it was dry everywhere, and the last drop of water in the lost God realm had completely flowed away, leaving only a dark cave. Looking down from above, it was like an extremely deep eye, giving people a strange sense of unease." The Moonwatch sect leader said in surprise, "It's strange that I didn't know there was a cave here." He was not the only one. Before the water of the God realm had flowed away, no one would have thought that there was a cave here. The strangest thing is... The Moonwatch sect leader looked around, and his expression became solemn. "The location of this place should be the center of the 3 forbidden lands. This can't be a coincidence, right?" Taiching Yunhuan's beautiful eyes flickered, and she murmured, "The 3 forbidden lands of the lost nation existed for trillions of years before our God realm descended, and the sinful girl was sealed only 100 million years ago. How can Senior Su be so sure that the sinful girl was sealed here?" Chapter 1566. Indeed, Suyu had explored all the dangerous and bizarre places in the 2 God realms and the lost nation. These were the only 3 places that Suyu could not set foot in. If there was a place where the sinful woman was most likely to be sealed, it was here. What he said was based on his life experience. However, in the ears of Taiching Yunhuan and the Moonwatch sect master, it was unfathomable. The world was so vast, yet Suyu had already explored it. Therefore, they no longer hesitated. "Then let's follow Senior Su and find out." Suyu nodded and took the lead to jump into the huge cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Suyu keenly discovered traces of seals in the damp cave. It was a seal that isolated concealment, which meant that someone had deliberately hidden this cave in the past 100 million years to prevent it from being discovered. This confirmed Suyu's guess that there must be someone behind the scenes secretly controlling everything. Everyone quickly descended. This cave was unfathomably deep. Even with their techniques, they had not reached the bottom for 10 days and 10 nights. 10 days was enough for them to cross the entire Lost Nation and the God Realms, and even enough for Suyu to go back and forth between the two God Realms dozens of times. If one was not confident, he might have suspected that he had fallen into some kind of illusion. Fortunately, on this day, they finally sensed the existence of a blockage in front of them. The group slowed down and approached slowly. They found that there was also a stone door there. What refreshed them was that the stone door was exactly the same as the stone door of the ancient tomb. However, what surprised them was that the stone door was open. Judging from the traces left on the ground, it had not been opened for a long time, but only recently. How could it be? Someone arrived here one step ahead of us. Taichi Yinwan said in surprise. The Moonwatch sect master was also amazed. Suyu stared at the traces left on the ground and wiped the ground with his fingertips. His pupils shrank slightly. It's him. Immediately he felt relieved. Just as I expected. Who is it? Taichi Yinwan asked in surprise. Suyu gazed at the deepest part of the stone door and said slowly, Why don't we ask him? Huh. Everyone was shocked and stared at the depths of the stone door. It was pitch black and there was an inexplicable seal that they cannot see through. Ha ha ha, how have you been? They would never forget the ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. It was the inverse demon. Taichi Yinwan's pupils constricted as fear appeared in her eyes. You're actually not dead! As black light filled the stone door, an old man with a pale face walked out with his hands behind his back. The Moonwatch sect master was shocked. Yongye Chioma, it's you? Suyu shook his head. To be precise, it should be the inverse demon. Yongye Chioma must have been possessed by the inverse devil, and his consciousness has been taken over. Ha ha ha, it looks like you aren't surprised at all. Could it be that his Dragon Ball was actually stolen by you? And Ayamo chuckled. His face was brimming with ridicule. The crowd could not help but look at Suyu in shock. They recalled the day when the godly thief Banyua handed over a crystal ball to Suyu, and what he had said while laughing. I'm afraid we'll have to bid farewell to the eternal night Chioma. Now his words had come true. How did he come to this day? In fact, the reason why Suyu was so sure was because he understood Yongye Chioma's character. Insatiable greed. One Dragon Ball could not satisfy him. Controlling the inverse demon for his own use was his true intention of saving the inverse demon. Given Yongye Chioma's strength, it was impossible for him to control the defying demon. The only way was to use the Dragon Ball. However, the Dragon Ball had been secretly swapped. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before he was devoured by the inverse demon. Suyu stood still and said calmly, Let them all come out. The inverse demon's lips curled into a cold smile. I didn't expect to meet you here. You're not fated to die yet. You met me. Come out, all of you. With a soft bellow, a series of figures walked out from the dark stone door, one after another. All of them looked lifeless, as if they had lost their minds. Among them was the former emperor of the Empire of Darkness, Yongye Jiang, the former commander-general, Shangguan Feiyu. There were also many strong men of the Empire of Darkness in the past. There was a faintly discernible black shadow on their bodies, leading them from behind. Even they were possessed. Taichi Yunwan's eyes were filled with fear. So the inverse demon could possess multiple people at the same time? A possessed Yongye Chioma was already in unknown danger. Now there was Yongye Jiang and Shangguan Feiyu. Go to hell! The inverse demon said indifferently. Yongye Jiang, Shangguan Feiyu, and the others who were possessed by the inverse demon suddenly unleashed their powerful inverse intents and attacked fearlessly. After being possessed by the inverse demon, their strength was much stronger than before. They had already reached level 1. Humph! Taichi Yinwan snorted and counterattacked with the yin-yang blade. The Moonwatch sect master attacked Shangguan Feiyu with the absorption sorcery. After a round of combat, Shangguan Feiyu was smashed into pieces. With a scream, a mass of black shadow flew out of his body and returned to the inverse demon's body. The attack of Yongye was forcefully resisted by Taiqing Yinluan. The inverse demon was shocked. Both of you have reached level 1. He was amazed. In his eyes, neither of them had shown any signs of a breakthrough before. However, 1 month later, they had successfully reached level 1, which was incredible. However, the inverse demon's expression became more playful. What a coincidence! I have also obtained a new body. I was just wondering where I could test it. Inverse sword. The inverse demon spat out a long sword made of pure inverse energy, which rotated and slashed at the two of them. Taiqing Yinluan and the Moonwatch sect master changed their expressions at the same time. Don't take it head-on. Su Yu's expression changed. In an instant, the Azura sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the rotating long sword. Puff! The Azura sword was knocked away instantly, while the inverse sword only dimmed a little. Even so, Taiqing Yinluan and the Moonwatch sect master tried their best to resist the attack. However, they were still forced to retreat. Divine blood flowed down from the corners of their mouths. Many dangerous sword wounds were left on their divine bodies. If Su Yu hadn't blocked most of the force with the Azura sword, they would have been slashed into pieces by the sword. The two of them felt as if they had just passed by the gates of hell. They were terrified. The inverse demon, who had possessed the body of Yongye, had become much stronger. Even the Snow Beast King in the ancient tomb was no match for him. Be careful. He has become a medium deity. Su Yu said seriously. The hand that had held the Azura sword was badly mutilated. A medium deity. Doesn't that mean he is the overlord of the Star River? Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Before they could find the sealed sinful lady, they had encountered the overlord of the Star River. The key was that they had an irreconcilable hatred with this overlord of the Star River. Ha ha ha, Su Yu, your death is near. The inverse demon's murderous intent was the strongest. When he first showed himself to the world, Su Yu almost killed him. He hated the inverse demon, who was a vengeful creature, even more deeply. Su Yu rolled up his sleeves and used the power of space to take them away. Then a red light flashed around him, and he disappeared with the power of the law of space. When he reappeared, he was not in the outside world, but inside the stone door. Despite the critical situation, Su Yu's mind became clearer and calmer. If he ran out, there would be nowhere to hide in the passage for 10 days and 10 nights. How could they escape when the inverse demon carried the power of an overlord? The final result would be death. Only within the stone door was there a chance of survival. The inverse demon missed. He turned his head with a sneer and laughed sinisterly. Escape into a dead end? Haha, that's fine. Before we get down to business, we can have a prelude of a cat and mouse game. Swoosh! The inverse demon quickly chased after them into the stone door. Inside the stone door it was bright. What came into view were towering statues, each of which was tens of millions of feet tall. The statues came in all shapes and sizes. There were dragons, insects, birds, demons, and humans at a glance. It was an endless sea of statues. They seemed messy, but in fact they were arranged in an orderly fashion, forming a huge maze. Su Yu stomped his feet and tried to leap over the statue. However, before he did so, he shot out a stone cautiously. As a result, before the stone could cross over the statues, a dark black hole appeared out of nowhere and swallowed the stone. Su Yu was secretly shocked. There is indeed a meaning to arranging this group of statues into a maze. It seems impossible to cross it. At that moment, the sound of the inverse demon entering came from behind. Su Yu's heart tightened. He immediately took everyone and leaped into the middle of the two statues. The inverse demon chased after them with a long laugh and stared at Su Yu mockingly as he entered. The show has begun. This demon spent 3 days and only managed to explore the periphery. Let this demon see how long you can escape. Entering the maze, not only did Taiqing Yinluan and the Moonwatch sect leader lose their sense of direction, but Su Yu himself also lost his sense of direction. At the same time, the statues contained a wonderful concealment energy that shielded them from their senses. As soon as they entered the maze, they suddenly couldn't find where they were. Behind them, they could vaguely hear the inverse demons' laughter from afar, which made them feel even more anxious. "Take a look at the passage on the right," Taiqing Yinluan said as she found a gap between the two statues not far away. Su Yu nodded his head and entered another narrow passageway with a row of statues through the gap. However, after walking for 2 hours, they arrived at a dead end. "Look, there are 2 corpses there." The Moonwatch sect leader was the first to find them. He went over to check, and his eyes were solemn. They have been dead for at least 100 million years, and their corpses have almost turned into ashes. They should be creatures from 100 million years ago. If I'm not mistaken, they died in the maze before the sinful lady was sealed. Su Yu walked over and checked the remains of their bodies. Most of them had turned into dust, and he could tll that their corpses were not light. However, Su Yu could determine the cause of their death. They committed suicide out of desperation, the Moonwatch sect leader said with a sullen face. The corpses of 100 million years old had not completely decayed. It could be seen that the strength of these 2 people when they were alive was at least at the level of Xing River Overlord. However, they couldn't find the exit and were trapped here. Su Yu's face was sullen. He looked around and said, "Wan Qing, how is your prying technique?" The purple light in by Wan Qing's eyes dissipated, and she shook her head. "It's still not good. These statues hide the power of concealment, and I can't pry too far." Everyone suddenly felt depressed. Chapter 1567. Keep looking. So you said, after many years of experience, he had developed a character of not giving up easily until the last moment. They went back along the way and came to the first passage. "Hey, there is a small gap there." This time, it was the Moonwatch sect master who found it and pointed to a relatively hidden gap. The group's eyes lit up and they immediately went in. This passage was indeed not a dead end. However, there were 10 more passages in the passage. "Continue." Su Yu held his breath and chose a passage to enter, walking all the way to the end. What he got was still a dead end. Unsurprisingly, at the end of the dead end, there was a pile of remains that had been reduced to dust. Another dead end. They turned back again and entered the second passage. Along the way, they occasionally saw the remains of creatures who had died of various causes. Everyone's heart gradually sank. By the time they finished the 5th passage, their faces were extremely ugly, and they were on the verge of collapse. If this went on, they would die in despair before the inverse demon could catch up. This could not go on. After thinking for a long time, Su Yu reluctantly opened the 9 jade spiritual pearl. As soon as it opened, a figure flew out of it. The moment it appeared, it immediately rushed toward Su Yu. "Aya, how dare you let me out? I will eat you." Su Yu sighed, and the space eyes and time eyes flickered at the same time. "Giant space-time palm." Su Yu shouted. The 2 rays of light intertwined and converged into a giant purple and red palm. It slammed down from the sky and slammed the attacking figure to the ground. "How dare you fight back? You are so angry." The figure became more and more angry, struggling to get up from the ground. However, the giant palm was powerful. Although it had shaken it, it was not so easy to escape. This palm was a joint attack technique that Su Yu had come up with after months of meditation. It was inspired by the palm print that cut off time and space in the reverse flow of time and space. Now it seemed that the successful joint attack technique was very useful. It was especially suitable for monsters like Shaodai, who could eat anything. This palm print was the power of time and space. It was not a tangible object, so she could do nothing about it. Walking up to her, Su Yu said, "Ahem, regarding the tragedy of the skull, I can only express my regret. In fact, I didn't get anything. Really, there was nothing in it. Back then, when Yongye Chioma obtained the giant skull, it was all thanks to Xiao Dai that Yongye Chioma chewed it up bit by bit. However, after it was bitten to pieces, Suyu kicked it away and sent it back into the 9 Jades spiritual pearl. Now he shamelessly said that there was nothing inside. Little Butterfly was so angry that her small body was twitching. What's wrong with you? Was he having an epileptic fit? How could he get such a strange disease at such a young age? Let me take a look, Suyu said with concern. Why are you shaking so much? You even spit out white saliva? Hey, why are you gritting your teeth so hard? Xiao Dai was so angry that her eyes were on fire, and smoke was rising from the top of her head. She said fiercely, "You shameless rogue, let me go if you have the ability. Otherwise, when I get out of here, I swear I will definitely—" As he was speaking, a drop of colorful divine blood appeared on Suyu's fingertip. "What do you want to do to me?" Suyu wore a faint smile. Xiao Dai came to an abrupt stop. She stared at the god blood and could not help but lick her lips. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and her bell-like eyes widened. "Rogue, don't even think of bribing me with a drop of divine blood. My noble character is not something that can be defeated by a mere drop of divine blood." Although she said so, her eyes never left Suyu. "What about 2 drops?" Suyu smiled, and 2 more drops appeared on his fingertips. Gulp! Xiao Dai swallowed hard, but she could not stop protesting. "Don't even think about it. It's just 2 drops. My noble character is— Oh, what about 10 drops? With a swoosh, a drop of divine blood appeared on each of Suyu's fingertips. 10 drops. Xiao Dai's eyes lit up. The annoyance on her face, her stubborn expression, and her noble character disappeared in an instant. "Ah, my respected master, you are an elegant and civilized saint. Your servant, Xiao Dai, is willing to follow you forever." Tai Ching Yunwan and the Moonwatch sect master were speechless. Was this the noble character that she could not bribe? Swoosh! Suyu flicked his fingers, and all 10 drops of divine blood were sucked into Xiao Dai's mouth. She swallowed them happily, and her face was full of happiness. "Wow, I haven't eaten such good stuff in a long time. I'm so happy." "Oh, if you want to be even happier, I have more here," Suyu said. Xiao Dai's eyes immediately became round and bright like the moon. "I want it." "Well, there are a few walls here that are blocking my way. If you can break them, I will give you 10 more drops." Xiao Dai's eyes were shining with excitement. "Ha ha ha, you said it yourself. It's just a few walls, leave it to me. Prepare the spiritual liquid, ha ha ha." She laughed, and so did Suyu. Obviously, Suyu was the one who had the last laugh. "Don't be too happy too early. We're going to the innermost area, but we have lost our way," Suyu said as he withdrew the space-time palm print. Xiao Dai patted her chest and said, "Leave it to me." Then she closed her eyes and pointed in a direction. "Haha, idiot, isn't that the innermost area? It seems there are many incredible treasures, more precious than the blood sword in your hand." Hearing this, Suyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The blood sword she was pointing at was undoubtedly the 9th-ranked Emperor-based Saint artifact, the Azura sword. So, what was more precious than the Azura sword? One could only imagine. It must be the 4 Emperor-based Saint artifacts, ranked 5th to 8th, apart from the World Annihilation Plate, which was the 5th-ranked Emperor-based Saint artifact. The other 3 had long been lost, and no one knew what they were. They had completely disappeared with the fall of the 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth, so there was no record of their information on the Emperor-based Saint artifact ranking. It turned out that they had all been buried with the sinful girl. Suppressing his excitement, Suyu couldn't help but look at Xiao Dai, feeling surprised. This mutated 9-colored chaos butterfly was a little too special. The maze was nothing to her, and the shielding power of the statues could do nothing to her. "Go. It's all up to you now," Suyu said. Xiao Dai walked up to a statue, happily, and grinded her teeth. Haha, I haven't moved my mouth in a long time. Today I'm here to grind my teeth. Ow! With a strange cry, Xiao Dai pounced on a statue and opened her mouth to bite it. Under the stunned gazes of Tai Ching Yinluan and the others, a piece of the statue, which they couldn't even get close to, was bitten off by Xiao Dai. Black holes appeared one after another near the statue, trying to swallow Xiao Dai. But in the end, Xiao Dai just frowned and allowed them to attach themselves to her body. Her body emitted a 9-colored light, and the black holes couldn't do anything to her. In the maze, only the sound of Xiao Dai chewing cheerfully could be heard. Not long after, a statue was chewed through by Xiao Dai, revealing a passage on the other side. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they stared at Xiao Dai as if they were looking at a monster. Tai Ching Yunluan glanced at Su Yu and muttered softly, "The side of a monster is indeed full of monsters." Haha, I'm done warming up. I'm going to grind my teeth seriously now. Xiao Dai bared her teeth, passed through the statue, entered another passage, and continued to chew. Her speed was several times faster, and a statue was chewed through in every incense, stick's time. Puff! All of a sudden, Xiao Dai, who was chewing on something hard, spat it out. What is this thing? Why is it so hard? It almost broke my teeth. It fell to the ground, and the sound of metal bouncing could be heard. Su Yu fixed his eyes on it. It was a bronze coin, printed with the words of the heavenly book, which Su Yu didn't recognize. Picking it up, Su Yu had a strange look in his eyes. Looking at the 2 statues that had been chewed through, he thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Dai, bite the chest of the statue. If there are any foreign objects, leave them for me." Xiao Dai was not interested in the coin that she couldn't bite through. She curled her lips and said, "You really know how to cause trouble." With a soft snort, she obediently chose to chew on the chest of the statue. Sure enough, a coin also fell from the next statue. Su Yu kept silent and put them away one by one. Next, under Xiao Dai's bite, the statues were chewed through one by one. Ordinary people needed to explore one passage after another to pass through the maze. But Su Yu and the others bit through the wall directly. Such a method had never been seen before in history. At least, it had never appeared in this maze. On the other side, an IMO held the blueprint in his hand and walked freely in the maze. He was full of the desire to hunt, and patiently searched for Su Yu and the others in the maze. However, 3 days passed. He came to the periphery of the maze and searched almost all the passages in the maze, but he didn't find Su Yu and the others. Strange. Could it be that they just happened to miss them? An IMO frowned and snorted coldly. That human is really lucky. Let him die a quick death. Entering the maze, most creatures would die without a doubt. An IMO relied on his talent to explore the periphery, but Su Yu was a mere human. Was it possible? Therefore, Su Yu and the others were bound to die in the maze. Forget it, he will die anyway. I'd better find that woman as soon as possible. If I can occupy her consciousness, And IMO's eyes were filled with great ambition. 3 days passed. On this day, they chewed through a statue and entered another passage. Strangely, all the statues in this passage were different from before. They were all silver white. Xiao Dai bit through with difficulty, but she still managed to bite off a piece. Soon, Xiao Dai bit through it and spat out a coin. It was a silver white coin. Su Yu picked it up and compared it with the bronze-colored coin from before. His heart was moved. Another 3 days passed. When the silver white statue was bitten through, it was replaced by a golden statue. This statue was even more difficult to chew than the silver white statue. Xiao Dai had to use all her strength to finally bite off a piece. It took her a whole day to bite through the golden statue. Just as Su Yu had expected, there was a golden coin in the chest of the statue. Chapter 1568. 5 days later, Xiao Dai bit through the last golden statue. A long-lost sense of emptiness washed over them, and their senses were suddenly no longer suppressed. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The maze was cleared. What entered his sight was a dark hall. In the center of the hall, there was a 3-foot groove. Looking inside, they saw all kinds of unknown strange insects. They crowded together, fighting and devouring each other. They were so densely packed that it made one feel even more uncomfortable. What kind of insects are these? Taichi Yinluan was surprised. I don't know any of them. The Moonwatch sect master's eyes were full of curiosity. The Black Forest of the Lost Nation has all kinds of strange insects, but I have never seen any of these before. Just as they were curious, Xiao Dai's expression became strange. She said, confusedly, they seem to be very powerful insects. A few of them are on par with me. What? Su Yu was surprised. Do you know them? Xiao Dai scratched her head. I don't know, but there seems to be some information in my mind. Regarding this, Su Yu wasn't surprised. He had met similar powerful creatures that were born with inherited memories. He had a little purple Kylin in his hand, which was also born with memories. It could refine elixirs and magic treasures. Unfortunately, the little purple Kylin had not woken up for 15 years since its last slumber. If he had not sensed its breath, Su Yu would have thought that the little Kylin was dead. So they are very dangerous. Taichi Yinluan asked. Xiao Dai was even more annoyed with her. Dangerous? Humph, any one of them can eat you. If you don't want to die, you'd better not disturb them. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Any one of them could kill a powerhouse at the first heaven? All right, give me the spiritual liquid. Xiao Dai reached out to Su Yu, her face full of grievance. My teeth are sore from grinding them. Everyone present felt sorry for her. Their ears were sore from hearing it, let alone grinding their teeth. Even Su Yu could not bear to deduct her hard-earned money, so he gave her 10 drops. Xiao Dai held the blood of the ancient god, Jilong, happily as if she had found a treasure. She rolled her eyes at Su Yu. You didn't break your promise this time. Next time you can't handle it, call me out. After saying that, she returned to the 9 jade spiritual pearl happily to enjoy the delicious food. You heard it? Don't be careless and don't alert the ferocious insects below, Su Yu said. He then came to the notch and carefully flew over. The rest of the people followed closely, afraid that they would startle the little worm in the groove. Su Yu stopped at one end of the notch and thought for a moment. He then left a talisman and hid it in a secret place. At the end of the hall was a crystal statue. The shape of the stone statue was sinister, and it was extremely evil and greedy. Its 2 pitch-black eyes were like black holes, and they seemed to have a mind of their own as they stared at Chu Feng. Tao Tai. Everyone present recognized it. This was especially true for Luo Shuai, Bai Wan Qing, Yongye Chu Xue, and Yongye Wu Heng, because they had personally fought against the Tao Tai. That peerless and invincible heaven, devouring might, was still fresh in their memories. Su Yu's eyes flickered, as if he wasn't surprised at all. Creak! The statue seemed to have sensed something. It slowly opened its huge mouth, revealing a deep tunnel. Surprisingly, it was an entrance somewhere. Su Yu took a deep breath. We're almost there. Everyone flashed into it and instantly appeared in a blood-red square. The square was surrounded by endless cliffs. Looking up, they couldn't see the end of the cliffs. All they could see was darkness. Where the cliffs and the square connected, there was a ring-shaped, dry riverbed. Traces of the God Realm's water could be vaguely seen. Does the God Realm's water finally flow out from here? Su Yu stood on the riverbed and looked down. He found that under the riverbed, there was a bottomless abyss. He didn't know where the God Realm's water ended up. Everyone looked at it and was amazed. In other words, this place is actually stuck in the middle of the abyss. Su Yu nodded. Indeed. His eyes looked at the center of the square and were attracted by a blood-red coffin. In fact, there was only one coffin in such a large square. It was hard not to be attracted. The Moonwatch sect master's pupils shrank slightly. What an evil coffin! There seems to be some kind of very evil creature in it. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, the inside of the coffin vibrated slightly. Creak! The blood-red lid of the coffin was pushed up by something, which made an obscure sound. Then numerous runes flashed around the coffin and on the lid. The evil spirit in the coffin seemed to be suppressed, and the lid was closed with a bang. However, the evil spirit in the coffin was struggling restlessly. Maybe it hadn't come into contact with other creatures for a long time. Through the coffin, the harsh sound of claws scratching the coffin echoed in the square, which made people's teeth ache. "Let's go!" Su-yu stared at the coffin vigilantly. Then he flew up into the sky. Just at this moment, a cracking sound came from the other side of the square. An exit appeared on the opposite side of Su-yu. Several figures stepped out from it. They were the Nimo, Yongye-jeong, and the others. Except for the Nimo, the others were all wounded. Yongye-jeong had lost half of his arm. Even the powerful Nimo looked quite embarrassed. Hideous wounds could be vaguely seen on his body. It seemed he had been bitten by some ferocious creature. It seemed they were too careless when they passed through the groove of the ferocious worm, which caused the ferocious worm to attack them. Ha! 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 Is this the place where that woman was imprisoned? Nimo looked around and laughed out loud. His laughter was full of pride. Only when he noticed a few special auras did his laughter stop abruptly. When he looked over, he was shocked. "It's you!" He never expected that Su-yu and the others, who were supposed to be trapped in the periphery of the maze, were still alive. Instead, they arrived here before him. However, the Nimo laughed loudly. "Ha! Ha! Ha! The heavens are following my wishes. I felt it was a pity that you, Su-yu, were taken advantage of. I didn't expect that you would come to me again." The Nimo was full of hatred and murderous intentions. "Now you have nowhere to run, right?" The oppressive might of an overlord came crashing down like a flood. Su-yu felt suffocated at the same time. He felt as if thousands of giant mountains were on his back. His breathing was so heavy that it was hard for him to breathe. If they fought face to face, Su-yu would be killed in a second. Alarm bells went off in Su-yu's head. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the blood coffin that had suddenly quietened down. He rolled his eyes and said, "Nimo, I have a secret. I don't know if you want to know." The Nimo laughed. "Su-yu, your little trick of stalling for time is useless against me. I have existed since the beginning of the world. The people I have seen are beyond your imagination. I only have one way to deal with dangerous and unfathomable creatures like you. That is to end the battle quickly. Fate-reversing formula." The Nimo growled, and a round wheel of alternating yin and yang appeared behind him. The round wheel was pushed, and a mysterious power was born. Su-yu's silver hair was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin was loosening and aging rapidly. His back was gradually hunched and slack. His entire person was aging rapidly. Su-yu was horrified. He could clearly feel that his vitality was fading away at an alarming rate. It was as if the process of his life had sped up 1,000 times, and he had aged overnight. His heart was filled with alarm bells, and the dragon of life flew out uncontrollably, emitting rich vitality to slow down the aging process. Intuition told Su-yu that if he died like this, time reversal would be useless even if he were to come back to life. In other words, he would really die. He had not felt the threat of death for a long time. Su-yu gritted his teeth and growled, "Go!" The World Annihilation Plate, which had just been fully activated, flew out from his sleeves. It turned out that he had been stalling for time to activate this item. The World Annihilation Plate drew a pitch-black mark in the sky. The Nimo laughed, unafraid. "Haha, I am different from the past. A mere replica of the World Annihilation Plate cannot harm me at all." But he realized that the trajectory of the World Annihilation Plate had changed without warning and was shooting towards the center of the square. At that moment, the NIMO realized that there was a strange blood coffin there. As an evil spirit, the NIMO could feel how dangerous the existence in the blood coffin was. His face darkened. Bastard! Trying to shift the blame? However, when he understood Su Yu's intentions, it was too late. The replica of the World Annihilation Plate was indestructible, and it destroyed the cover of the blood coffin on the spot. Without the seal on the coffin cover to suppress it, the evil creature in the blood coffin was finally freed. Bang! Sure enough, with a loud noise, the blood coffin was torn apart. The fishy, dark green corpse water splattered in all directions. A deep, murderous aura erupted like a volcano, enveloping the entire area. Even the NIMO had a grave look on his face as he stared at the blood coffin. In the dark green corpse water, there was a 30-meter-tall creature lying. Its body was like that of a human, and its entire body was covered in dark red hair. Its 2 hands were extremely long, with jet black fingers and sharp black nails that were half a meter long. They were sharp and full of poison. The creature's corpse moved without any wind, slowly floating up from the ground. Its tightly shut eyes opened slowly, revealing a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. 10 extremely sharp, eerie, ghostly claws swayed in a disorderly manner, like 10 dancing, poisonous snakes. Its head turned stiffly, making a creaking sound. Its pale eyes glanced at the creature's present, and a low, longing sound came from its throat. At the same time, waves of desolation power surged from its body, like a tsunami, from weak to strong, rolling in all directions. In the midst of the desolation power, everyone felt a sense of insignificance. It was as if the other party could destroy them 1,000,000 times over with a single thought. The disparity between the levels made their hearts tremble. Su Yu was shocked. Only one kind of creature could possess the desolation power, and that was the NIMO's face was even more solemn than Su Yu's. He said in a low voice, "The corpse of a divine being. The corpse of a divine being. The corpse of a divine being of heaven and earth." The red-haired corpse's pale eyes revealed a look of confusion. He looked down at his body and at his ghostly claws, and a hoarse, intermittent sound came from his throat. "Blood. I want a drink." As he spoke, behind the NIMO, a psychopathic member of the Eternal Night royal family suddenly let out a shrill scream. A black shadow escaped from his body and returned to the NIMO's body. The member of the royal family had turned into a bag of bones, and his vitality had been extinguished. The red-haired corpse's mouth was full of bright, divine blood. He wiped his lips, and the hoarse sound in his throat became much clearer. "Delicious. I want to drink more." Su Yu's feet emitted wisps of cold air. He did not see him move at all, but the member of the royal family was strangely sucked dry of his flesh and blood. He understood that it was not that the red-haired corpse did not move, but that Su Yu's cultivation could not capture his movements at all. Hearing the hoarse sound, Su Yu's face changed dramatically. He gathered everyone and immediately used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pull to escape. However, the moment he moved, a ghostly claw landed on his shoulder without warning. Chapter 1569. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. His hair stood on end. The divine energy in his body was boiling involuntarily. The 8,000 divine paths that he had practiced appeared automatically. A great sense of danger was beating wildly in his chest. However, right at this moment, the wind suddenly disappeared. A miserable scream came from the rebel demon's side. Another person from the Empire of Darkness had died tragically. Su Yu fixed his eyes on the direction of the attack and was confused. The target of the red-haired corpse should have been Su Yu. Why did he change his target halfway? The rebel demon was furious. He stared at Su Yu viciously. "You deserve to die." In a panic, the rebel demon rushed to the top of the cliff with Yongye Jiang. As for the ordinary people, they fled in all directions under the rebel demon's control. The red-haired corpse pounced on them randomly. Miserable screams could be heard everywhere. The rebel demon seized the opportunity to escape from the platform. Suyu rushed to the top of the cliff before the rebel demon did. After half an hour, the top of the endless cliff finally appeared. It was a floating island. It was purple-gold in color and looked like a beast core. It was extremely huge. Suyu jumped onto the island. Immediately, a chilly wind blew over. What entered his sight was an incomparably huge black mountain. Every mountain was entangled by a dense number of chains. It seemed that something in the mountains was sealed by chains. Suyu looked at the nearest mountain. After observing it for a while, he was secretly surprised. Suyu was quite familiar with that mountain. There was a similar mountain in the world of Yongye Choma's cavern. When Suyu dug it out, he found a giant head that had been suppressed for countless years. The mountain in front of him was even bigger. However, it gave Suyu a feeling that it was just a small mountain. When Suyu flew over a giant mountain, he saw the situation in it from the top. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still shocked. Looking down from the top, it was not a mountain at all. In fact, it was a giant creature that was tens of millions of feet tall. They had died a long time ago. However, their bodies were not destroyed. Even the sky and the earth could not bury them. They had survived until now and turned into mountains. The strangest thing was that they looked exactly the same as a statue that Suyu had seen in the labyrinth. When Suyu flew over another mountain, the situation was similar. Looking at the densely packed islands and the lofty mountains that were entangled by chains, Suyu's eyes were filled with shock. Where exactly is this place? Why did you imprison so many powerful creatures until their deaths? All of a sudden, a powerful ripple could be felt. Suyu's heart shuddered, and he restrained his aura, leading the crowd stealthily. After flying over hundreds of giant mountains, Suyu was attracted to the center of the island. There was also a giant mountain. What was different was that this mountain was not deathly still, but an iceberg. The iceberg was 70 million feet tall, 7 times the height of an ordinary mountain. Terrifying cold air poured down from the ice mountain, freezing the surrounding mountains into snowy mountains. In front of the dazzling ice mountain, there was a living being using a powerful divine ability to attack the ice mountain. Every time, the iceberg would tremble, and a crack would appear on its surface. Evil woman, I've waited for 100 million years, and I'm finally going to get what I wanted. The creature laughed excitedly as it attacked. After several attacks, the ice mountain crumbled with a loud bang, revealing the item sealed within. It was a small courtyard surrounded by chains. The strange thing was that the small courtyard was full of vitality. Butterflies fluttered and flowers bloomed, as if someone was taking care of it. It was hard to believe that this small courtyard had been sealed in the ice mountain for 100 million years. The creature's eyes were filled with excitement as he laughed. "Evil girl, come out! This empress has waited for this day for far too long." Suyu was watching intently when his eyebrows twitched all of a sudden. Without hesitation, he moved away from his original spot. Bang! As soon as he retreated, the place where he had been immediately suffered a fatal attack. It was shattered by a mysterious palm print. Suyu turned around and saw that it was that creature who had attacked. It turned out that he had noticed Suyu long ago, but he had remained silent and continued to attract Suyu's attention with his clone. His main body circled behind Suyu and gave him a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, Suyu's vigilance was exceptional, and he managed to avoid the attack. Suyu looked at him, and when he saw Suyu, he cried out in surprise, "Suyu, how did you get here?" Suyu stood up straight and looked at him calmly. "Haha, why am I not surprised to meet you here? Mermaid Emperor, or should I address you as the World Annihilation Emperor?" This person was none other than the reincarnation of the World Annihilation Emperor, who is still watering the Brahma puppets. The World Annihilation Emperor rolled his eyes and said, "Suyu, listen to my explanation. I just found out that the evil girl was actually sealed here. When I heard the news, I rushed over immediately. Hearing this, Suyu smiled faintly. Oh, do you think I will believe you? Of course not. The World Annihilation Emperor took a few steps forward, his face suddenly fierce, and he suddenly disappeared from his original spot. Suyu could not see his trajectory at all. Buzz! Without any time to think, Suyu summoned the Tai East Emperor Bell and shrouded himself in it. At this moment, the Tai East Emperor Bell was struck by a horrifying attack. The entire Tai East Emperor Bell was vibrating violently. Even the inverse demon might not be able to cause such a commotion. The sneak attack failed, and the figure of the World Annihilation Emperor appeared. His eyes were a strange blue, like a hunter in the night, dangerous and sharp. He looked at the Tai East Emperor Bell and said coldly, "You reacted quickly." Suyu stared at him with his hands behind his back and said, "You hid your strength well." When the inverse demon was born and destroyed the world, the strength he showed was not even 1/10 of this palm. At that time, he clearly had the ability to kill the inverse demon with one palm, but he pretended to be weak. The World Annihilation Emperor said coldly, "Suyu, I admire you very much. As long as you do not interfere with my important matters, I can let you live." Suyu said calmly, "Important matters? Ha! Planning for 100 million years, betraying the other 8 divine warriors of heaven and earth, and sacrificing the lives of the people of the God realm?" The World Annihilation Emperor's eyes, which had softened a lot, suddenly became fierce and murderous. "What do you know?" Suyu's face fell. "It seems that I guessed right." He was lying just now, and the World Annihilation Emperor was caught off guard. The World Annihilation Emperor knew that he had been tricked and snorted coldly. "Mind your own business." Shaking his head, Suyu said, "I have been wondering who had the ability to tamper with the historical records of the descendants of the 9 divine warriors, and who could collect the flesh and blood of the 9 divine warriors to forge the 9 Emperor tablet. It turns out that it was the first of the 9 divine warriors, the World Annihilation Emperor. What a surprising truth! Now that he thought about it, the World Annihilation Emperor spared no expense to fabricate the rumor that the sinful girl was sealed in the ancient tomb. His purpose was very simple and clear. That was to draw the attention of all living beings to the ancient tomb. In this way, no one would pay attention to this place. In fact, if the water of the God realm had not flowed out of the cave here, no one would have noticed this place. Suyu admired the depth of his calculations. He was indeed worthy of being the first divine warrior of the past. The World Annihilation Emperor sneered proudly. The first divine warrior is still a divine warrior after all. How can I, the World Annihilation Emperor, be mediocre forever? If I want to be like the ancient god Jilong, the supreme ancient god who dominated the primitive world. Therefore, he planned everything to lure the sinful girl and then to seal her. He wanted to obtain something from the sinful girl and achieve his goal of breaking away from the divine warrior and ascending to a higher level. However, for some unknown reason, there was a change. The sinful girl was indeed sealed, but the World Annihilation Emperor had also fallen. A trace of his obsession was not extinguished and awakened from the tomb guard spirit. An eerie sneer, like the sound of metal rubbing against metal, came unexpectedly. The inverse demon revealed his true form behind a mountain. With a faint smile, he said, "No wonder you are so afraid of me coming into the world. I was thinking that you were actually afraid that I would compete with you for the sinful girl, weren't you?" If there was one thing that the inverse demon was most terrifying about, it was possession. The stronger the host he possessed, the more terrifying the inverse demon would be. And the inverse demon understood this very well. It was the inverse demon's instinct to look for a stronger host to possess. If the inverse demon came into the world, there was no doubt that he would lay his hands on the sealed, sinful girl. To the World Annihilation Emperor, it was tantamount to a great deal of trouble. Therefore, for the sake of the common people in the world, it was only an excuse for the World Annihilation Emperor. In fact, he was doing it for himself. However, the inverse demon still came into the world. Moreover, unsurprisingly, he sensed the presence of the sinful girl and came here. The World Annihilation Emperor's eyes turned cold. Inverse demon, you've experienced my methods long ago. If you don't want to sleep for another 100 million years, get lost right now. Ha ha ha! Even your original body couldn't do anything to me back then. Now, what can a remnant of your soul do to me? The inverse demon sneered disdainfully. The sinful girl belongs to me. If you know what's good for you, get lost right now. The World Annihilation Emperor's murderous intent surged, and the aura around him was astonishing. It seems that I can only enjoy the delicacy after I get rid of this annoying fly. Swish! The World Annihilation Emperor disappeared into thin air. In terms of eeriness, he was second only to the red-haired corpse. The inverse demon wasn't weak either. With a sinister sneer, he disappeared without a trace. In the void, roars and roars came, turning the sky above the entire island upside down. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He wisely chose to bide his time and watch the tigers fight. The two powerful beings, both with overlord-level magical powers, were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Before long, the inverse demon retreated from the void with a roar. He was covered in wounds and panting heavily. The World Annihilation Emperor, on the other hand, was not panting at all. He sneered. If you had possessed an emperor's body, I might have been afraid of you. Unfortunately, a mere lower deity is not qualified to compete with me. Get lost. The inverse demon looked indignant, and his rebellious intent exploded. Humph! You can't kill me. As long as I'm here, don't even think about taking the sinful girl. The World Annihilation Emperor frowned deeply, and his anger was overflowing. Do you really want to go against me to the end? The inverse demon laughed coldly. If you take the sinful girl, that will be the day I die. The two sides were in a heated argument, and neither was willing to give in. Roar! All of a sudden, the strange roar of the red-haired corpse came from the abyss below. The inverse demon's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "That emperor's corpse is coming up soon. With his strength, it's only a matter of time before he eats you and me. Are you sure you want to fight me here?" The World Annihilation Emperor frowned deeply. He wasn't willing either. However, it was impossible for him to give in to the sinful girl. All of a sudden, the World Annihilation Emperor glanced at Su Yu, who was watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. He was furious. However, in a split second, an idea came to his mind. He said, "Inverse demon, you and I both have the ability to absorb the sinful girl's pathfire. Neither of us can rest easy with anyone entering the seal. Why don't we find someone to bring the sinful girl out? Whoever gets the sinful girl will have to depend on their own abilities." Upon hearing that, the inverse demon pondered and nodded in agreement. "All right. However, the person who enters must not have the ability to absorb the pathfire." "Then who do you want to go?" the inverse demon asked. Chapter 1570. He looked at Su Yu leisurely. The inverse demon was stunned, and his face was filled with hatred. But after thinking about it, he agreed without hesitation. "Haha, are you talking about Su Yu? If it's him, I won't object." Oh, the eyes of the World Annihilation Emperor flickered slightly. The inverse demon's straightforwardness made him feel that something was not right. However, the World Annihilation Emperor was confident. "Haha, then, it's all up to us now." The two of them landed at the same time, one on the left and one on the right side of the Tai Eastern Emperor Bell. "You heard everything? This is your only chance of survival." Su Yu's eyes flickered as he wondered. Let me enter the seal and bring out the sinful girl? This was exactly what he wanted. Based on their tone, Sinful Woman was currently sealed and didn't have the strength to fight back. So digging out the blood of her downlord was as easy as blowing off dust. How could Su Yu reject such a good thing? "It's not impossible for me to help you rescue the Sinful Woman. But if you want to place a seal on my body, or something that can threaten my life, then forget it, Suyu said warily. The World Annihilation Emperor chuckled. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Why would I need to rely on restrictions? As for the NIMO, it depends on him. The Inverse Demon said straightforwardly, I never rely on restrictions to kill. That was for the best. After pausing for a moment, Suyu asked, May I ask what are the characteristics of the seal on the sinful woman's body? The World Annihilation Dragon had said that the sinful lady was about to break out of seclusion. Suyu had to worry about whether the seal on her was still intact. The World Annihilation Emperor said calmly, between her brows there is an engraving of a crystal coin. If the engraving is still there, it means that the seal is still there. If the seal disappeared, then she would be free. After muttering to himself irresolutely for a moment, Suyu nodded. Then, please step back for the time being. The World Annihilation Emperor and the Inverse Demon had a tacit understanding and retreated far away. Suyu brought the Tai East Emperor Bell to the edge of the sealed courtyard. Out of caution, he first tried to use his divine power, magic treasures, and even a strand of his soul. After discovering that he could safely pass through the seal, he took a step forward. The World Annihilation Emperor frowned slightly, and the murderous intent in the depths of his eyes deepened. Suyu's caution and vigilance had a different meaning in the eyes of a creature like him, who had lived for billions of years. He had seen too many prodigies who became famous overnight, and he had also seen young talents who had stunned several generations. However, those who could grow up were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Most of them died while growing up, and those who eventually became Heaven Masters all had one thing in common. They were cautious. Obviously, with his experience, he could see Suyu's future potential, and he could also see that Suyu could live longer than ordinary heaven rulers. The probability of him becoming a giant god was not low. With such a potential threat, the World Annihilation Emperor's desire to get rid of him grew even stronger. The Inverse Demon's eyes flickered. The cold smile on his lips deepened. Suyu sensed the subtle changes in the gazes of the two people behind him, so he quietly stepped into the small courtyard. Immediately, the warm sunlight shone on his body, and the refreshing fragrance of flowers wafted into his nose. Being in it, Suyu felt very peaceful and warm. However, he would not forget that the creature in the small courtyard was the infamous sinful lady who had once destroyed the entire god realm, an indifferent existence who had slaughtered trillions of creatures and regarded the common people as insignificant ants. After hundreds of millions of years, there are still old friends who remember me. A sweet and melodious voice of a woman, like the sound of nature, drifted into his ears. Suyu was stunned. What a beautiful voice! Of all the women's voices he had heard in his life, none could be compared to the voice in the house. That wonderful voice, which seemed to come from a fairy palace, was intoxicating. No matter how beautiful the music of the world was, it could not compare to her casual words. Was such a woman really vicious and evil, the sinful lady who destroyed the god realm? A thought echoed in Suyu's mind. However, it was quickly extinguished by him. One could not judge a book by its cover, let alone a mere voice. With a trace of indifference, Suyu pushed open the door and saw a simple bedroom. Pots, bowls, ladles, and basins were all available. On the edge of the bed, a slender woman with shoulder-length black hair sat alone. Her back was graceful, and her clothes were as white as snow, spotless. At first glance, she looked like a trapped fairy dressed in white, and it was very tempting. Suyu stared at her indifferently and said, "Sinful lady, I have heard a lot about you." Since coming to the lost god realm, he had heard of the name Sinful Lady. Today, he finally saw her in person. The Sinful Lady was lowering her head and fiddling with a communication artifact, which was exactly the same as the one in the ancient tomb. On the other side of the artifact, the roar of the World Annihilation Dragon could be heard. He was still besieged by the common people. It sounded like he was much weaker than he used to be. An elephant was indeed stronger than an ant. No matter how many ants there were, they could not do anything to it. However, when an ant fell down and could not move, there was a limit to how strong it was. It was only a matter of time before it became food for the ants. With a tap of her hand, the sinful lady turned off the communication artifact, raised her head, slowly turned around and said, "I have been paying attention to your breath for a long time." A dazzling face was facing Suyu. Just like in the long flow of time and space, there was a mysterious brilliance on the sinful lady's face, making it impossible to see through her face. Suyu was slightly regretful. He wanted to see the true face of the sinful lady. However, it was no longer important. "Is that so?" Suyu said lightly. With a flip of his palm, he took out the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword. The blade was extremely sharp. The sinful lady was quiet and calm. She said, "Are you here to kill me too?" Shaking his head, Suyu said, "Whether you live or die, I don't care. I only want a drop of the Path Master's blood." The sinful lady said quietly, "My blood? What for?" "To save someone." Suyu stared at her forehead. Although the brilliance was diffusing, a crystal-colored coin engraving appeared. Strangely, when he saw the coin clearly, Suyu's heart moved slightly. "Is it your beloved woman?" The sinful lady was calm. Although her eyes were isolated from the fog, they seemed to be able to see through the depths of Suyu's heart. Suyu suddenly felt as if his soul was being peeped at. His eyes became sharp, and he stabbed forward with his sword. "I'm sorry." The sword light was like a rainbow, leaving only a cold silver light as the blade stabbed towards her shoulder. He only needed a drop of the Path Master's blood. However, at that moment, the sinful lady slowly got up and sighed. "I didn't want to leave any of you alive." She calmly stretched out her 2 jade-like fingers and casually clamped the silver sword between her fingers. Suyu felt as if the sword had stabbed into the indestructible giant's body. The long sword could not penetrate even an inch. The impact of his whole body was rebounded onto her body, causing it to shake violently and fly backward. The silver sword in his hand flew out of his hand and into the sinful lady's palm. Was this the sinful lady in a sealed state? She was no match for the inverse demon or the world annihilation emperor. All of a sudden, Suyu's face changed. His eyes focused on her forehead, and his expression was extremely ugly. The crystal-colored coin engraving had disappeared without him knowing. In fact, she had already broken free from the seal long before they had arrived. The sinful lady standing in front of Suyu was not the sealed sinful lady, but the sinful lady in her peak condition. An extremely strong pressure enveloped Suyu, and he had the illusion that he would be crushed and turned into dust in an instant. At that moment, the pressure was withdrawn, and the sinful lady walked gracefully towards Suyu like a gust of wind. Suyu's heart was beating rapidly. The pressure just now was released by the sinful lady unintentionally. If she really wanted to, she could kill Suyu countless times with a single thought. The sinful lady sized Suyu up. Her powerful gaze saw through his entire body. She said, "Your whole body is full of treasures. You have many legacies and 8,000 divine paths. How surprising." She said she was surprised, but her tone did not reveal any of it. "What I care about the most is the scent of an old friend." The sinful lady looked at Suyu and crooked her finger. The 9 jade spiritual pearl opened automatically, and a black book flew out from it. Suyu's face changed. He grabbed it with one hand and said, "Don't touch it." However, the book flew into the sinful lady's palm in an instant. The grade of the book was low, and any of the heaven and earth treasures that Suyu had were worth 100 times more than it. However, to Suyu, this book was an irreplaceable part of his life. The starry sky, heavenly book. The sinful lady opened the book, and the flashy events of the Jinlong continent flashed before her eyes like light and shadow. The sinful lady said, What's the point of concentrating on recording the scenes of the ordinary cavern world? It doesn't seem like something she would do. Su Yu operated the power of space and snatched the starry sky heavenly book back. This was Xia Jingyu's eyes which had replaced his, and she had seen all the prosperity of the world. It was the deepest bond between Su Yu and her. To outsiders it was meaningless, but to Su Yu it would affect his life. The sinful lady did not stop him and let Su Yu take it back. She said, "I didn't expect that she would still be alive." Su Yu was puzzled. Could the scent of an old friend that the sinful lady had mentioned be Xia Jingyu? He remembered that Yun Yazi had also said that he hoped Su Yu would forget Xia Jingyu, and that there would be no future between them. He recalled the two portraits of the mature and charming Xia Jingyu, as well as the red-robed Xia Jingyu, who had saved Su Yu by chance in the reverse flow of time and space. Who exactly was Xia Jingyu? It seemed that, from the very beginning, she had been unfathomable and unfathomable. Now, even the sinful lady knew her. "However, it looks like she's going to die soon," the sinful lady said faintly as she looked at the black hair wrapped around Su Yu's index finger. Su Yu wanted to inquire further, but the inverse demon's impatient scolding came from the outside world at an inopportune time. "Su, come out now. Don't play any tricks." The sinful lady raised her eyes and looked outside the courtyard. She said faintly, "You're disturbing my peace." She turned her head to look at Su Yu. At this moment, although Su Yu could not see her eyes, he could feel that she was considering whether or not to kill him. Su Yu's hair stood on end, and he secretly tightened his grip on the door of time. "Seeing that you and she are fated to be together, I will let you live. However, you are not allowed to leave my side for the time being," the sinful lady said. A crystal-colored mark appeared between her brows. She said, "Take me out." Su Yu wiped his sweat. Seeing this, he could not help but mourn for the inverse demon and the world annihilation emperor. Swish, bringing the sinful lady with him, Su Yu left the sealed courtyard. The world annihilation emperor was extremely vigilant. He stared at the coin mark between the sinful lady's brows from afar and heaved a sigh of relief. After a flash of light, he sped over. The inverse demon's reaction was not slow either. He shouted from afar, "Su, throw the sinful lady over here and I will let you live." The world annihilation emperor sneered. "Do you think he will listen to you?" The inverse demon laughed. "Do you think he will listen to you?" Chapter 1571. The world annihilation plate replica in Su Yu's bosom was activated without any warning. 10,000 rays of white light burst forth and sealed Su Yu and the sinful woman within it. The world annihilation plate could transform into a cage. Also, when could the world annihilation emperor control Su Yu's treasure? All of a sudden, Su Yu recalled that the world annihilation emperor had personally demonstrated the power of the world annihilation plate in front of the celestial crystal mountains. He must have tampered with the replica of the world annihilation plate. At the crucial moment, he could kill Su Yu by surprise, or trap him like what was happening now. Haha, I've only taught you the first form of the world annihilation plate. I've never taught you the second form, have I? The world annihilation emperor's eyes shone with a profound light. Without a doubt, the cage was the second form of the world annihilation plate. Under his control, the cage flew rapidly toward the world annihilation emperor. The inverse demon's lips curled into a mocking smile. Haha, what a coincidence. I think he will listen to me too. Behind Su Yu, a 10,000 feet tall godly Laksana appeared out of nowhere. It was the divine Laksana of the heaven-defying divine warrior. The world annihilation emperor's face darkened. I almost forgot that you once possessed the heaven-defying divine warrior and can control half of his consciousness. The heaven-defying divine warrior's Dharma form suddenly went out of control and attacked the cage on its own. Under the impact of the great power of chaos, the cage shook. Although it was not damaged, it stopped flying toward the world annihilation emperor. The inverse demon took the opportunity to fly over and snatch the cage away. "Evil creature, how dare you!" The World Annihilation Emperor shouted and flew over to snatch it. The inverse demon laughed. "It's too late. This demon has kept this as a backup plan for too long. It has finally come in handy." As he laughed, he licked his lips and stared deeply at the sinful woman. Greed and excitement filled the depths of his eyes, and even his voice couldn't help but tremble. "Sinful woman of the Temple of Heaven, I've heard a lot about you. Since I, the inverse devil, was born, I've never tried to possess a Tao Master's body. Haha, my long-cherished wish of many years has finally been fulfilled today." "Stop!" The World Annihilation Emperor roared, as if he knew what the inverse demon was going to do. Unfortunately, it was too late. The inverse demon stretched out two black shadows and entangled the evil girl. The World Annihilation Emperor was furious. "You're courting death." He had planned for countless years when he was alive. He did not hesitate to betray the other 8 sovereigns and the common people, just to obtain the evil girl's Tao fire. But in the end, it was all for the inverse demons. World Annihilation Divine Eye. The World Annihilation Emperor's eyes widened and were filled with a layer of gray light. When it landed on the inverse demon's body, it turned him into stone and his life was extinguished. This was the most powerful divine technique of the World Annihilation Emperor, also known as the Petrifying Divine Eye. Any living being that met its gaze would be petrified and destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. Even the inverse demon was no exception. Humph! The World Annihilation Emperor laughed scornfully. Just as he was about to snatch the cage, there was a cracking sound. The inverse will in the petrified inverse demon's body surged and instantly broke through the petrification technique. "Ha ha ha! The World Annihilation Emperor, you can't do anything to me. I have already taken over Sinful Lady's body." The Ninefold laughed out loud. His legs were wrapped around Sinful Lady's legs, and he flew toward Sinful Lady. The World Annihilation Emperor roared angrily, but it was to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as his countless years of hard work became the inverse demon. "Let me see how powerful the body of Sinful Lady Pathmaster is." The inverse demon laughed excitedly. However, the next moment, the inverse demon suddenly let out a shrill scream. His entire black body was constantly emitting greenish-yellow smoke. "Ah, your consciousness. You have been sealed." The inverse demon seemed to have been electrocuted. His entire body retreated and returned to Yongye Chioma's body. However, the inverse demon's black body was suddenly frozen in the air. Together with the surrounding space-time, it was frozen forever. The unexpected change stunned the World Annihilation Emperor. The resentful expression on his face was replaced by astonishment. When he looked at Sinful Lady and noticed the area between her brows, his body trembled violently. He gasped and said, "You have broken free from the seal?" Perhaps it was fear, but his teeth were chattering and he could not speak clearly. His face was ashen. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. However, he had only taken a few steps when a layer of ice covered him from the soles of his feet. It spread to his upper body until his entire body was frozen, leaving only his face exposed. "It's rare for us to meet again. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Sinful Lady said. Her voice was calm and as beautiful as heavenly music. The World Annihilation Emperor clenched his teeth. Fear and despair filled his face. "Tell me who taught you in the past." Sinful Lady raised her hand, and the cage automatically returned to the form of a replica of the World Annihilation Plate. She held it in her palm and played with it lightly. The World Annihilation Emperor said in a low voice, "I don't understand." Sinful Lady looked at him with her snow-white eyes. Her spotless white robe fluttered gently. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, as long as you remember." She did not move. The World Annihilation Emperor's face was also covered in ice. Then, with a dull cracking sound, the ice sculpture that the World Annihilation Emperor had turned shattered into countless sparkling ice crystals. She grabbed with her lily-white hand, and a piece of ice crystal fell into her palm, melting into a puddle of water. Within the puddle of water, a blurry image filled the air. A handsome man with white feathers on his back and blue eyes, who was noble and otherworldly, was teaching the World Annihilation Emperor. All of a sudden, the handsome man with white feathers seemed to have sensed it. His palm brushed past the image, and the image became blurry. After watching it, Sinful Lady stood there for a long time. She murmured in a voice that only Suyu could hear, "Prince Xiaoyao, you really schemed against me." Unfortunately, Suyu was shocked by the death of the World Annihilation Emperor and did not ponder the meaning of the words Prince Xiaoyao. With a single thought, the reincarnation of the Star River Overlord level World Annihilation Emperor was dead. Moreover, the inverse demon had obviously entangled the body of Sinful Lady, but Sinful Lady was not affected at all. How strong was she? Suyu secretly grasped the Gate of Time and slowly let go. No, he must not activate the Gate of Time. With the great disparity between them, Sinful Lady had already discovered it before the Gate of Time was activated. The premise was that Sinful Lady was in a sealed state. But now that Sinful Lady had broken the seal, he could not act rashly. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and Yun Yazi would be implicated. Suddenly, Sinful Lady cast her indifferent gaze at Suyu. "There is a murderous aura on you." Suyu shuddered and immediately restrained the murderous intent in his heart. Sinful Lady stared at Suyu for a while, then raised her jade-like fingers. In the distance, the inverse demon followed the footsteps of the World Annihilation Emperor and turned into ice crystal fragments. Suyu's hair stood on end, and a sense of danger arose in the depths of his heart. Sinful Lady wanted to kill him. It was too late to say anything. Suyu took out a handful of coins without hesitation. They were bronze, silver, and gold, and he threw them at Sinful Lady. Sinful Lady's eyes were still as calm as the clouds, but her words were full of murderous intent. "I have changed my mind and want to kill the third person. I don't know why, but you give me a sense of unease." Thump! Thump! Suyu seemed to be able to hear the sound of his heart beating violently, and the sense of danger in his heart was extremely intense. The next moment he would be erased from the world, just like the World Annihilation Emperor and the inverse demon. However, the handful of coins that Suyu threw out emitted a wonderful halo, which enveloped Sinful Lady in 3 layers of light. Between Sinful Lady's brows, a crystal-colored coin engraving was faintly discernible. The sense of fear of destruction and death was immediately weakened. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He had guessed correctly. The coins inside the chest of the stone statue really had a hidden power. They were the second guarantee of sealing Sinful Lady. When he saw the crystal-colored coin appear between Sinful Lady's brows, Suyu had a thought. Now it seemed that collecting the coins was a wise decision. Sinful Lady was slightly surprised, but only slightly. Quick thinking, not bad. Sinful Lady nodded gently. With a wave of her jade-like fingers, the brilliance of the bronze coins was extinguished. With another wave, the silver-white brilliance was extinguished. Only the golden radiance was able to extinguish it after being tapped 3 times. However, as soon as the 3 layers of brilliance were extinguished, Suyu threw out 3 coins of different colors and sealed it again. Sinful Lady was expressionless, and she merely extinguished the brilliance. Suyu did not hesitate anymore, and immediately summoned the Gate of Time. The Gate of Time opened, and a vast, ocean-like breath of time and space assaulted his face. It was as if behind this gate was an entrance that connected billions of years of time and space. There is righteousness in the world, and it is mixed and popular. A sonorous and powerful righteousness that had penetrated billions of years of time and space reverberated from the reverse flow of time and space. In the god realm, in the lost nation, the long swords at the waists of many creatures left their owners and faced the direction of the gate of time. The tips of the swords faced up, and the hilts faced down, as if they were protecting the Emperor of the Swords. The Azura sword on Suyu's body and the 9 heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords were also uncontrollably facing the gate of time. That posture was like a pilgrimage to their Emperor. At that moment, the surging sword energy from the great wilderness broke through the reverse flow of time and space, reaching the other side of billions of years. An old man clad in a black robe and covered in monstrous demonic chi stepped out of the stone door with a wooden sword on his back. His face was old, but his eyes were like lightning, containing a depth that could see through the vicissitudes of time. "Brother, demonic sword." Su Yu was shocked by the reaction of the world's famous swords when he appeared. "Demonic sword," Wea nodded, his gaze fixed on Sinful Lady. His eyes were filled with sharp sword energy, and his pupils were faintly visible as swords. "Sinful Lady." Demonic sword Wea stared at her and said, "I finally get to see you." Sinful Lady was slightly surprised. She looked him up and down and said calmly, "You have endured billions of years of time at the cost of being reduced to ashes just to see me once?" Demonic sword Wea nodded and pulled out the wooden sword on his back. He said softly, "I have to give you a sword, on behalf of my father, and on behalf of the billions of innocent souls who perished at your hands." 9 suns, cosmos, sword formation. Demonic sword Wea waved the wooden sword, bringing out 18 layers of sword shadows. The sword shadows flew everywhere. The top 9 swords formed the cosmos sword formation, while the bottom 9 formed the 9 suns sword formation. The 2 formations merged into one and finally turned into a single sword. It was an ordinary sword style, like the most ordinary sword style of a swordsman who had just entered the martial path. However, it was such a sword style that the Sinful Lady, who had been expressionless all this while, revealed a look of approval. Sword techniques are extremely simple and have reached the state of perfection. In terms of the profoundness of sword techniques, you have already surpassed the demonic sword emperor of the past. Not bad, not bad. Ding! The wooden sword was pointed at Sinful Lady's chest. With a light sound, Sinful Lady raised her wrist and blocked the sword with the jade bracelet. "However, you have made the same mistake as your father." Sinful Lady shook her head and pointed out calmly, "No matter how profound a technique is, it is still a technique, and I am the path. So, you will never be able to hurt me." With a light push, Sinful Lady's sword style was dissolved into nothingness. Suyu, who was watching nervously from the side, felt disappointed and even hopeless. A divine warrior of heaven and earth had attacked, yet he still couldn't do anything to the sealed Sinful Lady and extract the Path Master's blood? Chapter 1572. Whoosh! It was as if a storm was rolling out from the reverse flow of time and space. Demon Sword Wea was deep within it, as if he had been enlightened, and his eyes shone with a brilliant light. A chain of the great path rules descended in a physical form. The chain contained the incomparably mysterious sword path rules. However, when the chain of the great path approached him, it was immediately pushed away by the mysterious power on the surface of his body. The Sinful Lady frowned slightly. "You reject the sword path rules. Do you not want to achieve the path body?" Demon Sword Wea's eyes were clear. He woke up from the enlightenment, and his whole temperament was refreshed. At the beginning of the world, everything was the path. Demon Sword Wea murmured softly, as if he had transcended. "The chain of the great path rules is the path, but it is also a shackle." The wooden sword rotated, knocking away the approaching heavenly law rules, which disappeared into nothingness. The remaining sword energy overflowed and slashed towards the Sinful Lady. She waved her hand lightly, and a thick chain of the great path rippled out from the surface of her body, protecting her whole body. The remaining sword energy splashed, and the chain of the great path, as if it had been hit by the holy sword path, collapsed with a single blow. The path of the sinful lady was broken, and the sword energy slashed her whole body, leaving a bloody mark on her chest, like a snow-white plum blossom that gradually expanded. Suyu threw out the cavern world that he had prepared long ago and stored a drop of the Path Master's blood. The Path Master's blood was in his hand. Suyu bowed to the demon Sword Emperor gratefully. "Thank you, Brother Demon Sword." Suddenly Suyu was stunned. At this moment, the demon Sword Emperor held the wooden sword in his hand, and his whole body gradually disintegrated into particles. His aura and life force were quickly disappearing. Suyu looked sad and bowed. "Brother Demon Sword, rest in peace." He had been in the reverse flow of time for a long time, and the pressure of time was too great. Now, if he left the time gate, he would be crushed by time. Previously, he had asserted that he could only use one sword. Sure enough, it was only one sword. Unfortunately, it failed to kill the sinful lady and only left a wound. Demon Sword Wuya's body was transparent. He stared at Suyu with a smile and said, "Don't be sad. I have been obsessed with the sword path all my life, but I have no fate with the path. Now that I understand the path that belongs to me, I have no more regrets." He cupped his hands to Suyu, leaving behind a hearty laughter that lingered in the sky. Knowing the Tao in the morning, one can die without regrets in the evening. "Ha ha ha, I'm going." The emperor of a generation had stood tall for 100 million years. He had witnessed the prosperity and destruction of the divine realm. He had guarded the divine realm for tens of thousands of years, but now his soul had returned. What was left for all living beings was the phrase, "If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in peace in the evening." Suyu was touched, and his soul sublimated. It was as if he had seen his own path. All of a sudden, one of the fluorescent lights did not dissipate along with his heroic soul. Instead, it converged into a wooden sword and fell into Suyu's head. That was the essence of the demon sword sovereign's life. It was not only his swordsmanship, but also his lifelong comprehension of the sword Tao. Suyu was grateful, and he bowed deeply once again. Foolish living beings. Techniques are still techniques in the end. If you want to become a god, you still have to ascend to the great Tao of heaven and earth. The sinful girl spoke indifferently without any joy or sorrow. Her beautiful eyes gazed into the depths of the gate of time and said, "Long time no see. You are still alive." Yun Yazi stepped out of the gate of time. He looked at the place where the demon sword sovereign had disappeared, and his old eyes were full of loneliness and desolation. When he looked at the sinful girl, he sighed and said, "Thanks to you, all that's left of me now is a remnant soul." Suyu was shocked as he listened. When he first met Yunyazi, it was in the depths of the ruins. At that time, Yunyazi was so weak that he was almost negligible and close to death. It turned out that his demise was caused by the sinful girl. All of a sudden, Suyu remembered that the sinful girl had come to the god realm for one person. Now, it seemed that it was not someone else. She must have come for Yunyazi. The sinful girl looked at Yunyazi and said, "Even a remnant soul is as terrifying as ever. You can help people achieve enlightenment easily. You are indeed the 9th Palace Master of the Heavenly Law Palace, the Master of the Heavenly Book. You know all the books in the world, grasp the wisdom of the world, and have a clear understanding of the great secrets of the 6 paths. Thanks to your kindness in nurturing me all those years ago, I am where I am today." Suyu was secretly shocked. The Heavenly Law Palace, the Master of the Heavenly Book? It was unexpected, but it made sense. What surprised him was that the sinful girl had once been nurtured by Yunyazi. If that was the case, when Yunyazi was at his peak, he was several times more powerful than the sinful girl. Ha ha ha. So what if you know all the books in the world? So what if you have the wisdom of the world? So what if you have a clear understanding of the great secrets of the 6 paths? In the end, you can't defeat human nature and have been plotted against until now. Yunyazi chuckled softly. There was bitterness in his laughter. Su Yu's eyes flickered. It sounded like the reason why Yunyazi was almost defeated by the sinful girl was because he had been plotted against before. So who was it? What kind of plot was it that even the master of the heavenly book, who had mastered wisdom, could not guard against? In the past, an ordinary book deity from the god realm, who was left with only a remnant soul, was extremely difficult to deal with. He had put Su Yu in life-threatening situations several times. What more the master of the heavenly book? The sinful girl was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "You weren't the only one who was plotted against by him. I was also plotted against and sealed for 100 million years." Hearing that, Su Yu understood. It was Prince Xiaoyao. Su Yu remembered this name deeply, the person who had caused Yunyazi to be in such dire straits. "So, do you still want to bring me back to the Heavenly Law Palace today?" Yunyazi asked. The sinful girl nodded without hesitation. "Yes, regardless of whether you were sentenced to leave the Heavenly Law Palace because of the plot. Betrayal is betrayal, and you must accept the punishment of the heavenly law." Yunyazi said slowly, "This is the reason why I betrayed the heavenly law palace. There is only the heavenly law and no human nature. Rather than saying that we have comprehended the heavenly law, it is more accurate to say that the heavenly law is controlling us." When the sinful girl was about to break through the last layer of coin suppression on the surface of her body, Su Yu immediately took out the remaining 3 golden coins, 10 silver coins, and 20 bronze coins. 25 seals enveloped the sinful girl and completely suppressed her. Yunyazi said, "Su Yu, you go first. I will hold her off." Su Yu said no. The person she wants to capture is you. If you stay, you will fall into her trap. Yunyazi shook his head and said, "You are my disciple. If she captures me, she will never let you go. She may find a way to bring me back to the Heavenly Law Palace, but she may not bring you back." Su Yu understood what he meant. The simplest way to deal with Su Yu was to kill him. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu gritted his teeth and yelled, "Master, wait for me to come back!" If he stayed, it would be useless. Not only would he not be able to help the sinful girl, but Yunyazi would also have to protect him. Instead of that, he might as well look for backup. Flying down the cliff, Su Yu was immediately shocked to smell the deep stench of blood. It was the red-haired corpse. He stood in the air above the cliff. His cold eyes seemed to be looking for prey to devour. Suddenly, he spotted Su Yu and let out a low growl from his throat. Strangely, he did not attack Su Yu. Instead, he turned his head and continued to look for a target. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and his whole body surged with a great fighting spirit. In the darkness, the red-haired corpse suddenly turned his head and stared at Su Yu. His pale eyes were filled with a strange light. Su Yu said, "It really is you, the heaven-fighting divine warrior." The corpse of the divine warrior was none other than the remains of the heaven-fighting divine warrior. No wonder he treated everyone like food, except Su Yu, who let him go. It was because Su Yu had the fighting spirit of the heaven-fighting divine warrior. As he pondered, Su Yu took out a drop of the divine warrior's blood and placed it between his fingers. Su Yu felt a strong gust of wind blowing against his face, and the divine blood between his fingers disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the thick stench of blood came from beside him, as well as the murderous energy that was close at hand. Looking sideways, the red-haired corpse's pale eyes were fixed on Su Yu. He was constantly roaring and screaming, emitting a will of desire. Su Yu was calm and said, "Do you want it? Then come with me." Swish! He soared into the sky and returned to the sky above. There, Yunyazi and the sinful girl were no longer there. All that was left was a terrifying aura that permeated the entire area. Su Yu's heart tightened. At that moment, a gust of strong wind descended beside Su Yu, saying hurriedly, "Why did you come back?" It was Yunyazi. However, His solid soul body was transparent and weak, and traces of frost could be seen everywhere. Swish! A beautiful figure floated, and the sinful girl revealed herself. She was still spotless, in stark contrast to the weak Yunyazi. You took 10 blows from me with just your soul body. The strength of your soul is far stronger than when you were in the palace of heaven, the sinful girl said indifferently. Yunyazi laughed self-deprecatingly. A defeat is a defeat, and there is no excuse for it. I am willing to follow you back to the palace of heaven, but can you let him go? He and I are only nominal disciples, and he has never received my teachings. He has never told me anything about the palace of heaven, so he will not be a threat. The sinful girl looked at Suyu and shook her head gently. You don't have the right to choose. I want to take you away, but I also want to get rid of him. A faint murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he instantly took out a large amount of divine blood and sprinkled it on the sinful girl. Without thinking, the sinful girl pointed with her jade-like finger, and the divine blood scattered into nothingness. Roar! As the red-haired corpse pounced on the divine blood, he was attacked by the aftershock of the sinful girl's move. He was immediately enraged, exuding a murderous aura as he roared and pounced on the sinful girl. Suyu grabbed Yunyazi and said, Master, let's go! Yunyazi was rather weak, but he nodded without hesitation. With a roll of his big sleeves, Suyu suddenly felt that time and space were in disarray, and he appeared outside the cave in an instant. It took him 10 consecutive days to reach the depths of the cave. Yunyazi had easily brought him out of the cave. His abilities were so strong that Suyu was extremely shocked. However, after using this move, Yunyazi became more than half transparent again. He was extremely weak, and there were faint signs of his demise. Suyu knew that Yunyazi had reached his limit. If he continued, he would definitely perish. Master, take a rest. Leave the rest to me, Suyu said. Yunyazi shook his head bitterly. You are no match for her. No one in the entire God realm is a match for her. That's not necessarily true. Suyu's eyes were filled with a deep brilliance. Master, just wait and see. Inside the abyss, the sinful girl was still untainted by a speck of dust, and the red-haired corpse that was barely breathing lay at her feet. He was on the brink of death, and only a shred of instinct was left to struggle. You've delayed my mission. The sinful girl was expressionless. With a point of her finger, an extreme vortex was condensed. The next moment, the remains of the heaven-fighting divine warrior were completely crushed. However, because of that, the sinful girl was delayed for a full 10 days. She took a step forward and appeared in the square where the red-haired corpse had been. She took another step forward and appeared in the pond of worms. Chapter 1573. On the side of the insect pond, there was a sudden explosion. Countless strange insects were instantly alarmed and rushed out of their nests, pouncing on the sinful girl. The sinful girl frowned slightly. This is troublesome. Her body moved without any wind, rolling up a light mist and blowing over the sky. The fierce, strange insects all died together, and not a single one was left alive, and her eyes never looked at those strange insects from beginning to end. Instead, she stared at the bottom of the insect pond, at a crystal stone inlaid in it. It was a scarlet crystal stone, smooth and round. The explosion of the talisman just now had caused a crack to appear on the crystal stone, and a trace of viscous liquid flowed out of the crystal stone. The sinful girl waved the power of the Pathmaster, and the crack in the crystal stone closed. But it immediately cracked again. As more and more liquid flowed out, there was a trace of pain in the crystal stone, and then a wisp of vitality disappeared. The sinful girl stood next to the insect pond and frowned. That human accidentally destroyed the Taoyue's egg. He really got into big trouble. She looked up at the top of her head, as if she had sensed something, and there was a rare look of fear on her face. I have to finish this quickly. The next moment, her beautiful figure disappeared without a trace. 2 hours later, in the ancient tomb, the world annihilation dragon had been destroyed day and night by the common people, and it was riddled with holes. The power of the world annihilation dragon was no longer there, and only its dying body was left. Everyone, kill the world annihilation dragon. His flesh, his spine, and his tendons are all treasures of the divine realm. The crowd let out a deafening roar. In this battle, countless people had perished. In front of the ancient tomb, there were already piles of corpses of all kinds of creatures. They were piled up into a mountain stretching for countless miles. The mysterious crystal mountain of the past had reappeared. Such a great sacrifice had finally been exchanged for the final victory. The world annihilation dragon was also about to die. With hatred, the common people all attacked. The dying world annihilation dragon still raised its head proudly, and its hostility did not diminish. A group of ants, you want to kill me? You will all die. Roar. In the huge dragon roar, the world annihilation dragon spat out a huge black ball from its mouth. The ball contained an amazing power of the world annihilation dragon. It was the dragon pearl of the world annihilation dragon. The power of the world annihilation dragon was the dragon power of the world annihilation dragon. However, because he was sealed by a brush, he could not use the dragon power in it. However, it was still possible to detonate it. Ants, go to hell! The world annihilation dragon roared and activated the dragon ball to explode. But at this moment, a slender hand grasped the dragon pearl. The dragon ball that was about to explode was quickly extinguished. The world annihilation dragon, I haven't seen you for hundreds of millions of years. You have fallen so far, willing to perish together with a group of ordinary creatures, the sinful woman said indifferently. The roaring world annihilation dragon laughed excitedly. Master, you finally broke through the seal. The sinful lady nodded, and like snowflakes falling on the head of the world annihilation dragon, she inserted the dragon pearl into its body and said, "Yes, I'm back!" Haha, I knew Master would break the seal. The world annihilation dragon let out a wild laugh and looked around at the crowd of people who were stunned. He said coldly and playfully, "A group of lowly ants, you are destined to be destroyed." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one dared to attack again. They all stared at the pure white figure. Was that the legendary sinful woman, the heaven-defying existence that had once destroyed an entire divine realm civilization? Everyone, don't be afraid. She may not really be the sinful woman. A creature summoned up his courage and rushed forward. As soon as he moved, he immediately attracted many creatures to follow him. Everyone launched an attack again, but this time a total of 100 million creatures suddenly fell like a tide. Like a group of running ants, they were trampled by an invisible giant palm. One by one they fell, their eyes dimmed, and their souls were destroyed. Their bodies, without exception, turned into ice. In a breath, 100 million creatures had perished. The people behind her felt a chill under their feet. They stared at the sinful woman as if she was a ghost, and no one dared to go forward. Where is Senior Sue? Where is Senior Sue? At this critical moment, they thought of Suyu, the omnipotent Suyu. The sinful woman looked down at the crowd and said lightly, "I also want to know, where is he hiding?" Her beautiful eyes glanced around, scanning the divine realm and the lost nation inside and out, but she found nothing. He was hiding. At least that was what she thought. The sinful woman glanced at the crowd and immediately pointed down. A group of figures flew uncontrollably from the crowd to the sinful woman. Among them were the mistress of the greatest saint Lady Temple, Helm Leader Wuxin, who had given him a bracelet and saved his life, and the two princesses of the mermaid tribe. All of them were people related to Suyu. The sinful woman did not know what kind of magical power she had used to capture all of them. With a point of her finger, this group of people was bound in the void. Since he is hiding, let him come to me, unless he doesn't care about their fate. Then the sinful woman clenched her 5 fingers and pulled out the brush from the body of the World Annihilation Dragon. The World Annihilation Dragon was free and let out a carefree and excited roar. He had been wounded, but after regaining his freedom, he recovered in an instant. He stared at the crowd with a grin. "What about them?" The sinful woman said without hesitation, "As you wish." The World Annihilation Dragon let out a deep grin. "Thank you, Master." The black shadow flashed, and the World Annihilation Dragon swooped down, devouring tens of thousands of creatures. The people were finally overcome by panic and fled in all directions. The World Annihilation Dragon followed them playfully and kept eating them. He laughed as if he was taking revenge. "Run. Run as far as you can. Tell your savior to stop hiding. Let him come and save you, ha ha ha." His move was to spread the news of this place to Su Yu's ears. What they did not know was that Su Yu was in a place that no one would have thought of. The Azura Forbidden Lands. He went straight to the outside of the first Forbidden Land, in front of the formation, and left behind the control instrument of the second seal that he had taken away in the past. Behind him, the duckbill beast said, "Human, have you really decided to open the Azura Forbidden Lands? The Lord Emissary will not forgive you for your previous obstruction." Su Yu did not speak. He turned and left the Azura Forbidden Lands, whispering softly, "This is exactly what I want. The Forbidden Land of 10,000 demons. Your dragon pearl." Su Yu put down the dragon pearl and stared at the epic-making dragon in the void. The epic-making dragon was overjoyed. "Ha ha ha, you really keep your word." With a flash of his eyes, the epic-making dragon said, "Boy, how is the cultivation of the Dragon Abyss treasure scroll that I taught you?" Su Yu said, "A little bit." The epic-making dragon nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. In time, you will definitely reach new heights. I have something to do, so I will take my leave first." Su Yu cupped his fists and said goodbye. The epic-making dragon watched him leave, and the relief on his face disappeared, replaced by a hint of cunning and expectation. "Hee, it seems that there is hope for me to break through. The red dust Forbidden Lands." Su Yu stopped in front of a cave shrouded in pink mist. One more step forward, and he would never be able to step out of the mysterious land. Su Yu took out a scroll with a portrait of Xia Jingyu on it. In the calm cave, a pink mist immediately swirled, and a beautiful figure stepped out from within. She cautiously and vigilantly looked around. She was none other than Kai Lin. To be precise, she was Kai Lin, who had fallen into a dream and was being controlled by Lady Hongchen. "It's you?" Lady Hongchen was vigilant, still fearful of what she had seen that day. She stared at the portrait in Su Yu's hand, and her pupils flickered violently. "Where did you get this portrait?" "From the end of the god realm that you saw, of course," Su Yu said with a faint smile. Lady Hongchen's face changed again, and she asked fearfully, "What is your relationship with that lord?" The lord she referred to should be Yun Yazi, but Yun Yazi denied it, saying that she was frightened by the painting. But how could a painting hurt someone? She was seriously injured that day, and it didn't seem fake. "Do you want to see him?" Su Yu asked. Lady Hongchen shook her head and stared at Su Yu. "What do you want from me?" Su Yu said lightly, "It's very simple. Do me a favor." "Haha, why?" Lady Hongchen laughed. "I don't remember owing you a favor," Su Yu said, "because I can take you back to the great beginning realm." Lady Hongchen's expression froze, and gradually became serious. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." "Well, what do you need my help with?" Su Yu smiled mysteriously. After leaving the Forbidden Land, Su Yu looked at the ancient tomb. In the 10 days since he left the cave, Su Yu had been going back and forth between the 3 Forbidden Lands, meeting many fleeing creatures and learning a lot of information. "As expected," Su Yu said leisurely as he stood on the top of a mountain. The sinful lady's act of holding people hostage was already within Su Yu's expectations. He just didn't expect her to be so powerful that within the divine realm, All those who were related to her were captured. Are you going back? Yun Yazi asked. Suyu nodded. I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. If you go back, will she let them go? Yun Yazi tried to persuade Suyu. Suyu shook his head. Whether I go back or not, the sinful lady won't let them go, I understand. He was not that simple, nor was he that childish. But I have to go. 100 million years of grievances should finally be settled in my time, Suyu said leisurely. He turned into a breeze, invisible and formless. The ancient tomb. 5 days passed. This place had long since become a dead land, with the smell of dead bodies everywhere. A demonic dragon wandered among the corpses, bored. A snow fairy was sitting cross-legged in the air. The demonic dragon looked at the captive creatures and said coldly, 5 days have passed. If the human surnamed Su had the guts to come, he would have come long ago. Master, why waste time? Kill them all, and we will search the divine realm and the lost nation. The sinful lady shook her head lightly. There is not much time to search. The human race is full of cowards. They fight fiercely against their enemies, but they are as cowardly as sheep against outsiders. In the list of the 10,000 clans, they are the lowest 9th class inferior race. The demonic dragon said disdainfully, with the master here and me here, I don't believe that the mere human race would dare to come. The sinful lady opened her eyes and looked thoughtful. What you said is not unreasonable. The human race in the great beginning realm is also an inferior race. However, even among the human race, there are a few superior ones, such as the path master of the human race, the great Emperor Xianyuan, and Suyu, who dares to come here. She slowly got up and stared in a certain direction. Chapter 1574. Whoosh! Suyu's silver hair fluttered in the wind, and the crown on his head shone brilliantly. His eyes were clear and calm as he stared at the two. I'm here. Release him, Suyu said calmly. Sinful girl said indifferently, just like your master, you don't have the right to choose before me. The next moment, Suyu's surroundings tightened, and his whole body was strangely restrained. He couldn't move at all. The sinful woman swept her gaze over him and restrained her gaze. She said, You're very smart. You've found some power to negotiate for yourself. Yun Yazi was not with him. Suyu had hidden him. That's why I said that you should release him, Suyu said indifferently. The world annihilation dragon sneered. Stupid creature. Do you think you can threaten our master? After killing them, I'll forcefully search your soul. The result will be the same. With a sweep of his dragon tail, the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple and the others were smashed to pieces. With a pop, the dragon's tail struck empty air. It was the sinful girl. She raised her jade-like finger and teleported them away. The shackles on their bodies were released, one after another. Master, the world annihilation dragon was a little surprised and confused. Could it be that Master was going to compromise with a puny human? The sinful lady said indifferently, I've always been clear about rewards and punishments. Since you dared to come, you deserve a reward. Your people have already been released, and you, the sinful woman's gaze was deep and profound as she penetrated Suyu's soul and searched his soul. But suddenly the sinful girl's eyes narrowed, and she said, The sole defense of the heavenly book, Temple Master? No wonder you dared to come. As it turned out, Suyu had already anticipated that he would be searched. Hence, he had asked Yun Yazi for help, using his powerful soul energy to cover him with a layer of defense. Although sinful girl was strong, she might not be able to compare to Yun Yazi in the path of the soul. So you're saying that I need to torture you? The sinful woman pointed her jade finger in front of her as if she was thinking. Suyu shook his head. You don't have to. If you want to find Yun Yazi, you can come with me. Of course. This dragon will have to come with you. The sinful lady looked at the many creatures that had just been released and seemed to understand something. Are you worried that I'll go back on my word? So you want to lure me away? Or are you trying to lure me into a dangerous situation? Su Yu wore an indifferent smile. Then, in order to capture Yunyazi, do you dare to take the risk? Suddenly, the sinful lady laughed, and her voice was extremely pleasant to the ears. Hee, it has been a long time since a living being dared to speak to me like this. As a reward, I'll go with you. A do as you please was a great confidence, and she had the qualifications to be so confident. The World Annihilation Dragon stared at Suyu with murderous intent. Master, why did you give in to him? I have countless interrogation methods. Even if the divine warriors of heaven and earth were to fall into my hands, they would not be able to withstand it and would definitely reveal the truth. Sinful girl said slowly, despair is the best method of interrogation. Besides, we don't have time to interrogate them. The sinful girl raised her head to look at the sky. In the depths of the void that others couldn't see, there was a pair of dark and greedy eyes that looked down on them in a mocking manner. That monster had awakened. The next moment, Azura Forbidden Land. The first layer of the seal had been completely undone. Countless Shura creatures were wandering around, looking for prey. Their arrival undoubtedly caused the Azura creatures to rise up and attack them. The sinful lady just smiled indifferently and took a step forward. With her as the center, the Shura creatures within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles were all frozen and died on the spot. She looked back at Suyu and said, "That's all." Suyu did not say a word. He stepped on the corpses of the Shura creatures in the first layer of the seal and came to the depths of the seal. A few days ago, the seal that Suyu had left behind had long since disappeared. The seal that had been sealed for a long time had been unlocked as expected. A level 3 black dragon danced excitedly, swallowing the rich power of Azura. There were as many as tens of thousands of them. These were the dragon-shaped creatures that Suyu had seen when he passed by the Azura Forbidden Land that day. The World Annihilation Dragon laughed. A group of ants. The World Annihilation Dragon spat out a dragon's breath, burying many of the dragons. Roar! From the depths of the seal, there were several roars of extremely strong breaths. Suyu's eyes lit up slightly. The roar was not weak. It should be at the level of a Star River overlord. Sure enough, the dragon's breath disappeared, and 3 golden dragon shadows shot out like lightning. They spat out powerful dragon's breath at each other, sweeping the World Annihilation Dragon's breath back. The World Annihilation Dragon was stunned and sneered contemptuously. They are just a little bigger than ants. He swung his huge dragon tail, like a black thunder cutting through the sky. The 3 golden dragons were smashed in an instant, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Licking the dragon blood that fell from the corner of his mouth, the World Annihilation Dragon stared at Suyu with pity. That's all. Suyu was silent. In his mind, he remembered that the bull-headed creature with a strange horn on its head and the giant of the bitter sea were both Shura messengers. He took a few steps forward and came to the depths of the second layer of the seal. Looking from afar, there was a golden ocean in the depths, undulating with waves. Looking closely, it sent chills down one's spine. It was not an ocean, but as many as 10,000 golden dragons. They gathered together as if summoned, and were bombarding a palm print in the depths of the seal with all their might. The palm print was clear, and it seemed to have been imprinted not long ago. It was filled with extremely rich wizard power, the power of the wizard ancestor. Suyu immediately recognized that it should be the last layer of the core seal of the Azura Forbidden Lands. What was sealed in it was unknown. However, it was conceivable that the second layer of the seal had sealed a total of 10,000 golden dragons at the level of the Star River Overlord. So the third layer of the seal was unimaginable. In the center of the Golden Ocean, there were 3 special existences. One was a monster with 2 silver-white horns on his head. He was 8 feet long and exuded a very strong breath, superior to many golden dragons. His strength was strong enough to reach the peak of the Overlord. He was the bull-headed monster. Beside him, there was a person Su Yu was quite familiar with. Princess Yunxia. She stood on the shoulder of the bull-headed monster, holding the seal control artifact left by Su Yu in her hand, and released the golden dragons that were sealed one by one. In this way, tens of thousands of golden dragons were gathered together to destroy the seal. Suddenly, the bull-headed monster turned and stared at them from afar. Princess Yunxia also looked over. She did not know the sinful girl and the world annihilation dragon, but she would never forget Su Yu even if he turned into ashes. Su Yu, it's you. Princess Yunxia clenched her silver teeth, and her eyes exuded unforgettable hatred. Golden dragon, go, destroy her. The bull-headed monster wanted to stop her, but it was too late. 10 golden dragons flew over, and the ferocity of the overlord level was enough to frighten any creature to death. The world annihilation dragon sneered. Su Yu, you have a lot of enemies. Su Yu just smiled. Not only did he not intend to make a move, but he also crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a good show. It was as if he was not the one who was going to be destroyed. The world annihilation dragon was stunned, and it took him a while to recover. If he died, who would tell them where Yun Yazi was hiding? Su Yu. The world annihilation dragon's eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. Su Yu was unmoved, and he stood there with a faint smile. The world annihilation dragon was extremely reluctant to stop the golden dragon for Su Yu. Princess Yunxia warned him coldly, no matter who you are, if you help Su Yu, you will be the enemy of the Xianming Path Master. The world annihilation dragon, who was already angry, was warned by a creature with low cultivation like Princess Yunxia. He became even more furious and laughed angrily. Who does the Xianming Path Master think he is? Even in front of me, you have to respect me. Get lost. The world annihilation dragon roared, and the dragon's roar formed a shock wave, containing the pure power of the world annihilation dragon. The tyrannical 10 golden dragons were caught off guard and were shattered by the shock wave, gradually dissipating like light and shadows. Princess Yunxia was extremely angry and glared at Su Yu. I should have known that you had bad intentions when you left the seal control artifact. You have long calculated that we are now at the most critical moment to break the level 3 seal, right? After years of dealing with Su Yu, Princess Yunxia had a psychological shadow of Su Yu's ability to calculate. She took it for granted that the world annihilation dragon and this mysterious woman in white were deliberately arranged by Su Yu. His unusual initiative to return the control artifact was seen by Princess Yunxia as a malicious scheme. Su Yu shrugged indifferently, making it difficult to figure out what he was thinking, giving people a sense of inscrutability. In fact, Su Yu had never set foot in the second seal. How could he know that there were so many terrible golden dragons here? How could it be considered a scheme? He came here for another purpose. Su Yu, if I don't destroy you, I swear I am not a human. Princess Yunxia scolded. The silver-horned, bull-headed monster's eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, Miss Yunxia, don't be agitated. Our top priority is to break the last seal as soon as possible and release the Lord. Princess Yunxia shook her head coldly. You don't understand. This man's scheming is far beyond your imagination. If we let him go, I'm afraid we will all be destroyed, let alone release the Lord. In this regard, Princess Yunxia had an unusually positive attitude, which surprised the silver-horned, bull-headed monster. Princess Yunxia meant a lot to the Xianming Path Master. She was the most beloved woman of the Xianming Path Master in the past. She accompanied the Xianming Path Master all year round, and her knowledge was impeccable. Why would such a woman be so afraid of a human junior? Okay, but I can only use 50 of them. The seal is about to be broken, and I can't divert too much energy, the silver-horned, bull-headed monster said. 50 will be enough. Consort Yunxia glared at Su Yu, determined to kill him. With a swoosh, Princess Yunxia jumped on a golden dragon, followed by 49 golden dragons. They roared and rushed forward. The World Annihilation Dragon snorted coldly, and for the first time, there was a trace of seriousness in his huge dragon eyes. With so many golden dragons around, he felt some pressure. He looked at the sinful lady, but found that her eyes were staring at the depths of the third seal, as if she was looking at something. In desperation, the World Annihilation Dragon had to fight on his own. The power of the World Annihilation Dragon engulfed and destroyed the golden dragons one by one. But there were also golden dragons with the power of Azura that scratched the World Annihilation Dragon. Although he was strong and could fight many at once, it was difficult to win. After a round of fighting, the ground was covered with the bodies of the golden dragons, but the World Annihilation Dragon was also wounded. Princess Yunxia stood on the only remaining golden dragon, staring at Suyu with a sullen face. Good, good. I thought that by opening the second seal and awakening the golden dragons, I could easily crush you. I didn't expect you to find such a powerful pawn. Chapter 1575. Roar. With a roar, the World Annihilation Dragon roared, carrying the power of destruction, and killed Princess Yunxia and the remaining golden dragon. But at this moment, in the third layer of the seal, a great aura was transmitted, and a chain of rules penetrated the seal and descended into the second layer. The attack of the World Annihilation Dragon was shattered by the chain of the Great Path that suddenly appeared. For the sake of me, how about letting her go? A shadow forcibly penetrated the seal and appeared in the second layer. It was a creature surrounded by gray fog, and its figure could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes that had experienced countless years of vicissitudes could be seen. The World Annihilation Dragon's pupil shrank, and he said in a low voice, "Xianming Path Master." On the other hand, Princess Yunxia was crying with joy. 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks, and she said, "My lord, I can finally see you again." At this moment, her dream for countless years had finally come true. Even if she had to use all the vicious and cruel methods, she would not hesitate to achieve it. Across the seal, the projection of the Xianming Pathmaster's eyes were full of deep love and apology. "Yunxia, I have made you suffer. You have endured hundreds of millions of years of loneliness in vain. I have no regrets." Princess Yunxia's face was full of tears, and her love was deep. The two of them looked at each other in the isolation seal, and it was touching. "Yunxia, I will be free soon. Wait for me," the Xianming Pathmaster said affectionately, and the third layer of the seal trembled violently. The Xianming Pathmaster also began to attack the seal from the inside out. A suffocating power of Azura gradually permeated. Princess Yunxia's eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. When she glanced at Suyu, she could not help but show a proud and cold expression. "Hee, Suyu, it seems that the pawn you found did not play as well as you thought." Suyu said nothing, and his expression was calm and composed. "What? You have nothing to say, or do you dare not say it? Are you afraid that I will retaliate and make you suffer?" Princess Yunxia raised her eyebrows, and her hatred was abnormally satisfied. "Unfortunately, it is too late. You must pay for what you have done to me with your blood. Your pawns will be useless in front of the Xianming Pathmaster." At this moment, Suyu finally opened his mouth and calmly said, "You seem to think that I will definitely die before you." "Hee, isn't it?" Princess Yunxia sneered, her eyes full of mockery. Suyu shook his head and said, "Of course not." A beam of wine-red light shot out from Suyu's eyes and enveloped Princess Yunxia. She was caught off guard and teleported in front of Suyu. The silver-horned Minotaur was shocked. "How dare you? Immediately release Yunxia." The golden dragon roared and charged over as well. No one would have thought that Suyu would dare to hold Princess Yunxia hostage in front of the Xianming Pathmaster. The third layer of the seal suddenly fell silent. A calm but gloomy voice floated over. "Human, I'll give you one chance. Let her go. Su Yu calmly looked at the third layer of the seal and asked, Then what? Under the instigation of this evil woman, you killed me? The seal was silent for a long time. Then a solemn voice floated over. I, the Xianming Pathmaster, can swear that as long as you let her go, the past grievances between you and her will be written off. I will never pursue you again. To be able to make a Pathmaster compromise, it showed how important Princess Yunxia was to the Xianming Pathmaster. The price of writing off all grievances was also very tempting, because Su Yu's original ending was certain death. Giving him a chance to live was already a great benevolence of the Xianming Pathmaster. However, Su Yu gently shook his head. I have the right to forgive the grievances between me and her, not you. The Xianming Pathmaster's tone was like a gift, as if the past grievances were all caused by Su Yu. He did not pursue the past, but instead blamed Su Yu as the culprit. With a silver sword in hand, Su Yu stabbed it into the back of the Xianming Pathmaster. Wait. The Xianming Pathmaster dissuaded, his tone urgent. Human, please, for the sake of our deep friendship, let her go. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Deep friendship? Su Yu shook his head coldly, and his eyes became cold and sharp. Because of the deep friendship, she can control the demon race and eat the creatures of the god realm alive. Because of the deep friendship, she will do whatever it takes, even if she has to use vicious means. Because of the deep friendship between you, others are dirt, ants, and all deserve to die. You may have touched others, but can you touch those creatures who were killed by her evil deeds? Su Yu's eyes were cold. With a flip of his wrist, a silver sword pierced through Princess Yunxia's chest and back. With a muffled groan, Princess Yunxia's eyes were still full of resentment. With blood in her mouth, she screamed viciously, My lord, don't beg him, just avenge me! Su Yu was indifferent. With a shake of his palm, the silver sword burst with destructive thunder, completely destroying Princess Yunxia, leaving not even a trace of dust. The grievances between the two of them for many years finally came to an end. No. Inside the seal, there was a roar that shook the sky. The seal, which had been sealed for countless years, suffered an extreme destructive attack. With a cracking sound, several cracks appeared. A wisp of profound azure chain, which was as powerful as the heavenly law, flew out from within the chain and suppressed Su Yu. Su Yu could not resist the attack of the Pathmaster, even if he used all his divine skills. The World Annihilation Dragon's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly retreated. He said angrily, Human, are you crazy? He never thought that Su Yu would dare to kill his beloved woman in front of the Xianming Pathmaster. With such deep hatred, it would be strange if the Xianming Pathmaster did not launch a life-and-death hunt. However, Su Yu's expression was calm, and he wore a leisurely expression. Swoosh! At the moment it was about to be destroyed, a beautiful figure stood in front of him and repelled the chains of laws. Sinful girl, do you want to be my enemy? Inside the seal, the Xianming Pathmaster's angry roar came. The sinful girl said lightly, First, without my permission, he can't die. Second, you are not qualified to be my enemy. Ah, Yunxia! The Xianming Pathmaster roared, and the seal collapsed in an instant. A majestic man surrounded by the great path rules exuded a strong aura that could destroy all living beings. Under that aura, 10,000 golden dragons prostrated on the ground at the same time, wailing. It seemed that they could not bear the suppression of the powerful chain of rules. Su Yu and the World Annihilation Dragon were the same. They felt the pressure of destruction, especially Su Yu, who was under even more pressure. He felt that he would be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, a majestic aura of the heavenly law enveloped Su Yu and the World Annihilation Dragon. It was the sinful girl. She easily separated a trace of the great path rules and dissolved the oppressive aura of the Xianming Pathmaster. Sinful girl, do you really want to fall out with me for a small human? The Xianming Path Master roared angrily. His eyes were wide open and full of murderous intent. The sinful girl was unperturbed. Her snow-white eyes were calm. I'll say it again. Without my permission, he cannot die. The Xianming Path Master gritted his teeth and struggled for a long time. He slowly retreated and chose to endure. However, his eyes were fixed on Suyu. Needless to say, he would hunt Suyu down until he died. He did not believe that the sinful girl would always stay by Suyu's side. Who gave you permission to leave? However, the sinful girl suddenly spoke. The Xianming Path Master stopped in his tracks and said angrily, "What else do you want?" The sinful girl said calmly, "Before my task is completed, I will not allow anyone to get in my way. You can either follow me or die now." She was worried that the Xianming Path Master would kill Suyu with a sneak attack and lose track of Yunyazi. The Xianming Path Master laughed angrily. "Oh, sinful girl, do you really think that I am a Path Master? Fine. Let this Tao Lord see how you'll kill me right now." The sinful girl said indifferently, "Then I will fulfill your wish." She weaved her hands together, and the sound of chains colliding could be heard. Hundreds of chains densely surrounded the sky. Suyu's eyes flashed. This was the first time that the sinful girl had used her path. The Xianming Path Master also showed his soul-stirring path of Azura. Dark, gray chains hovered in the sky like giant dragons. Azura rules! The Xianming Path Master's eyes were filled with supreme, divine power. Dark gray chains danced wildly and bombarded the place. Everywhere he passed was transformed into an Azura hell. Anyone who fell into hell would be tortured by the power of Azura forever. They would never die. It was the ultimate torture. The sinful girl's eyes were calm. She did not even look at the chains of rules. She weaved her hands together and pointed at the sky. Her red lips opened slightly, and her voice was like the sound of nature. "I seal." Crack! Her chains of rules were snow-white and emitted boundless cold air. They swept across and collided with the chains of the Xianming Path Master. Rumble! It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. The sky turned blood-red as if something had been pierced through. Immediately after that, a shocking scene appeared. The chains of the Xianming Path Master were like paper in front of the sinful girl's chains. They shattered upon impact. Puff! The chains of rules were broken. The Xianming Path Master spat out a mouthful of divine blood. He stared at the sinful girl in shock. His eyes were filled with fear. You have. It's enough that you know. You don't have to say it out loud," the sinful girl said lightly. A snow-white chain flashed over the top of her head. The next moment, it pierced through the chest of the Xianming Path Master. His body quickly stiffened and turned into a snow-white statue. Finally, it turned into fluorescent crystal fragments and disappeared. A dignified Path Master was killed just like that. They were both Path Masters, but the difference between the Xianming Path Master and the sinful girl was like heaven and earth. Or rather, the words that the Xianming Path Master did not finish before his death had a hidden meaning. The sinful girl calmly grabbed the crystal fragments. A string of broken chains could be seen clearly. She threw it to the World Annihilation Dragon behind her. Refine it again to make up for the lost chain fragment. The World Annihilation Dragon was ecstatic. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master." Then, the sinful girl stopped and turned to look at Suyu. Her expression was still calm, as if she was not the one who had just killed a Path Master. "So, is there any other dangerous place that I need to go to?" the sinful girl asked leisurely. Suyu's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with fear. Even a Tao Lord was easily crushed, so who else could stop her? However, Suyu was calm. His eyes were filled with a fierce light. "If you dare to come, then come." Chapter 1576. In this regard, Suyu just smiled. If he was desperate, he would have been desperate countless times, staring at the remaining golden dragons and the silver-horned monster who showed hatred in his eyes. Suyu said, "Yun Yazi is among them." With a flash of light, he flew into the crowd of golden dragons. When they saw this, they roared and tore at Suyu, trying to tear him apart to avenge the Xianming Pathmaster. "Kill!" The silver-horned monster roared. Many golden dragons were like a golden tsunami, rushing towards Suyu from all directions. Sinful Lady blinked indifferently, took off an ice crystal from her wrist, which looked like a scale, and threw it forward. Crack! The heaven-defying cold air that froze time and space instantly froze the entire Azura Forbidden Lands, including the golden dragons and the silver-horned monster. They were completely frozen. Their vitality was destroyed in an instant. However, their bodies would forever stay in that space and time, frozen for eternity. Sinful Lady glanced indifferently at the golden dragons and looked at Suyu, meaning that Yun Yazi was not here. "Come with me." Suyu turned and disappeared between heaven and earth. Red dust, Forbidden Lands. At the entrance, surrounded by pink mist, Suyu, Sinful Lady, and the World Annihilation Dragon arrived. The World Annihilation Dragon was impatient. "I know this place. It is one of the 3 Forbidden Lands that share the same name as the Azura Forbidden Lands. A mysterious existence is sealed here. He is clearly stalling for time. Master, don't waste your energy and words. Let me interrogate him. Since you are here, there is no harm in taking a look." Sinful Lady looked at Suyu, her eyes full of meaning. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he stepped into it. Suddenly, a peaceful and harmonious world appeared in front of him. Many creatures of different races with different strengths lived together in an extremely peaceful and harmonious manner. The strong deities walked humbly with the mortals. The emperor in power talked kindly with the commoners. In this world, there was no hierarchy, only harmony and abnormal harmony. The Red Dust Path realm. It turns out to be the Red Dust Path Master who has been missing for several eras, Sinful Lady said leisurely. Whoosh! The world rippled, like a calm surface of water being blown by a breeze, causing wrinkles to appear. A handful of pink mist converged into a figure. It was a beautiful, picturesque woman in a red dress, full of elegance. She was none other than Mistress Red Dust, an unfathomable strong man. Mistress Hong Chin sized up the Sinful Lady, then looked at Suyu. "Is this what you want me to help you with?" Suyu said, "I've brought him here. Whether we can succeed or not depends on you." Mistress Red Dust looked hesitantly at the sinful girl. "Humph, you'd better not try anything funny, or you can forget about leaving the Red Dust Forbidden Area." With that, she flicked her sleeve and vanished. The living beings that were coexisting in harmony suddenly stopped moving. They all turned their heads and stared at the Sinful Lady. The benevolent and serene creatures were now exuding negative emotions of resentment, violence, and anger. They accumulated together and formed a pitch-black tide that covered the entire dream world, devouring people's souls. Sinful Maiden said, "Good and evil coexist in human nature. The reason why these living beings are good is because they've separated the evil in their hearts." Without a doubt, the pitch-black tide was the amalgamation of the evil thoughts of the creatures that had been drawn into the Red Dust Forbidden Land for countless years. Once touched by the tide, it would immediately damage one's soul, and they would sleep here forever, becoming part of the Red Dust Forbidden Land. The World Annihilation Dragon showed a trace of fear in his eyes. Even with his magical powers, he did not dare to confront the tide easily. Only the Sinful Lady did not care. She pointed with one finger, and ice extended from her feet, instantly freezing the entire dark tide of evil thoughts. Within the black tide, a pink mist burst out in time and converged into the figure of Mistress Hongqin. Her classical and elegant face was filled with surprise and solemnity. She stared at the Sinful Lady and said, "Suyu, who did you bring?" It could even freeze invisible and formless negative emotions. Hee hee. The World Annihilation Dragon laughed. It's really sad. You don't even know who you're going to face. And you dare to attack the master. You've been used by the human surnamed Su. Mistress Hong Qin stared at Su Yu angrily. You want to use me to help you eliminate your enemy? Su Yu said lightly. Didn't you know that when we reached an agreement? You and I were just using each other. However, how could she have known that Su Yu's enemy this time was so strong? Gritting her teeth, Mistress Hong Qin said, Be *starred. I've boarded your pirate ship. She turned to stare at the sinful lady and snorted coldly. No matter who you are, in the mortal Dao realm, I am the master. Mortal reincarnation. She made a seal with her hands. An entire mortal Dao realm burst out with the sound of gears grinding. The time in the Dao realm instantly sped up 100 times. Many creatures passed through decades in the blink of an eye. They got married and had children, grew from teenagers to middle-aged, and from middle-aged to old men. After the old men died, they were reborn in this Dao realm world and experienced life, old age, sickness, and death again. As the gears bit faster and faster, time flowed faster, and in an instant it was 10,000 times faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, a creature experienced a reincarnation of birth, old age, sickness, and death. The sinful lady and the World Annihilation Dragon, who had been in it for a long time, were affected by the reincarnation. Their figures gradually became blurred, and there were signs of merging into the 10,000 times faster time. If this was the case, they would also become one of the many creatures in the mortal Dao realm. The World Annihilation Dragon was a vicious creature, but his eyes gradually became blurred, and he had already fallen into it. Sleep! Mistress Hong Qin shouted, and the gears bit faster to the extreme. Time flowed 100 million times faster in an instant. In the blink of an eye, millions of years passed. The body of the World Annihilation Dragon was completely scattered and fell into this peaceful world. The World Annihilation Dragon, an existence at the peak of the Star River, was so strangely subdued in the mortal Dao realm. The horror of this dream was horrifying. However, at this moment, the sinful lady casually stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the void. The roaring sound of gears grinding stopped abruptly, like the sound of a broken string. The entire mortal Dao realm trembled fiercely. With a scream, the pink mist around Mistress Hong Qin disappeared. Her eyes were full of shock, and she shouted solemnly, "Who the hell are you?" 2 fingers to stop the reincarnation of the mortal Dao realm was something that even a path master couldn't do. The sinful lady's eyes were calm, and she didn't say a word. The cold air around her was rampant, and with her as the center, it spread in all directions. Crack, crack! The entire mortal Dao realm turned into a world of ice and snow in the blink of an eye. The mortal Dao realm was destroyed, leaving only the meaning of ice flowing. Mistress Hong Qin was shocked. It replaced the way of the mortal Dao. Impossible, impossible! The sinful lady was silent. She looked at her and said, "It's over." As soon as she finished speaking, Mistress Hong Qin collapsed and turned into a pink mist. Was she dead? Su Yu didn't believe it. Su Yu had personally experienced the strangeness of Mistress Hong Qin. She had no physical body and could appear and hide in the dreams of any creature at will. She could never be killed. However, she was facing the sinful lady. The sinful lady slowly closed her eyes, and a faintly discernible chill turned into thousands of ice threads, piercing through the mortal Dao realm, reaching the outside world, and extending infinitely to the God realm and the lost nation. Along the way, the ice threads continued to divide into finer parts. In just a few breaths, the entire lost nation and the God realm were covered by a giant net made of ice threads. The other end of the ice threads, without exception, penetrated a creature that was sleeping. The ice threads penetrated directly into their dreams, entangled Mistress Hong Qin, who was hiding in their dreams, and pulled her back. Looking at the millions of figures of Mistress Hong Qin, Su Yu's eyes narrowed. He had done it. With a thought, he had captured all of Mistress Hong Chen's clones, leaving none behind. Su, who the hell is she? Millions of Mistress Hong Chen screamed in unison, their voices echoing throughout the god realm. Their endless resentment attacked Su Yu's soul. The sinful lady flicked 2 fingers, and the ice threads exploded at the same time, destroying the clones of the red chariot woman. Mistress Hong Chen was wiped out so easily. Su Yu was deeply shocked. The strength of the sinful lady was far beyond this world. It was indescribable. So, are there any more dangerous places for me to go? The sinful lady said indifferently. A hint of coldness bloomed in her tone. Apparently, the sinful lady was also gradually losing patience, because she could feel something that others could not feel. It was rapidly awakening, and it had already noticed her. No. Unexpectedly, Su Yu shook his head. The sinful lady waved her sleeves, and the red dust realm that had existed for billions of years was broken into pieces, reduced to ruins. She looked at Su Yu and said, "Tell me, where is Yun Yazi?" Su Yu shook his head. "A teacher for a day is a father for life. I never intended to tell you where he was hiding." The sinful lady's calm face finally showed a hint of fluctuation. It was the fluctuation of murderous intent. "You've seen my methods, so you should understand that no one can save you and Yun Yazi." Su Yu agreed with this kind of despair. He had never felt such despair before. In front of the sinful lady, Su Yu was less than an ant. "I understand. That's why I never intended to live from the beginning." Su Yu's breath was restrained, and his whole body was indescribably fierce. He was like an unsheathed, peerless cold sword, emitting an unyielding sword light. The sinful lady's murderous intent enveloped her. With a thought, she could destroy Su Yu, just like she had killed the Xianming Pathmaster and Mistress Hong Chen. She said indifferently, "Since you've already given up, why waste your time and lead me into danger? Deep down, you still want me to be killed by them, don't you?" "Huh." Su Yu smiled mysteriously. "You're wrong. My purpose was never to put you in danger. I understand how powerful you are." The sinful lady showed a rare look of surprise, and the World Annihilation Dragon was also slightly startled. Su Yu's purpose was obvious. He was looking for all the power that could kill the sinful lady, even at the cost of provoking them and forcing them to fight each other. Wasn't that the case? They, who had countless years of experience, were slightly stunned at this moment. "Then what are you doing this for?" the sinful lady asked, her murderous intent undiminished. Su Yu smiled. There was relief in his smile. "Of course, it's for the God Realm and the Lost Nation, and for my close friends and relatives. I want to eradicate the hidden dangers that have existed for hundreds of millions of years. Whether it was the Azura Forbidden Lands or the Red Dust Forbidden Lands, they were all threats, especially the former. Having witnessed the ferocity of the Azura creatures, as well as their intentions, Su Yu's desire to kill them grew stronger. With his strength, it was absolutely impossible. But with the help of the sinful lady, it was so easy to get rid of them once and for all. The sinful lady stared at Su Yu and said leisurely, "Although you have eradicated them, don't you still have me? Do you think that if you use me, I will still treat your close friends kindly?" "Of course not. You will kill them." Su Yu said. The sinful lady frowned slightly. "Aren't you afraid that I will do so?" "I'm not afraid." Su Yu slowly took something out of his sleeve. "Why?" The sinful lady's beautiful eyebrows curved slightly. Su Yu said, "Because you have no chance." Swish! The item in his sleeve was completely taken out. It was a palm-sized puppet that was glowing with colorful colors. It was the Heavenly Brahma puppet. However, it was not the one that belonged to the World Annihilation Emperor, but the one that Su Yu had secretly refined. The one that belonged to the World Annihilation Emperor was watered with the blood of the common people, and it was used to guard against the sinful lady. Unfortunately, before it could be used, it was destroyed by the sinful lady along with the puppet. The one in front of him was the only one left in the world. The difference was that it was not watered with the blood of the common people, but the blood of the ancient god Julong. One could imagine which was more important. As expected, when this thing appeared, the sinful lady's pupils shrank. The heavenly Brahma puppet. This thing still exists in the god realm. But then, the sinful lady's pupils shrank again. Watered with the blood of the ancient god Julong? It's him. For the first time, a serious look appeared in her snow-like eyes. Suyu did not hesitate. He bit his finger and smeared his own blood on the puppet. The puppet was activated and immediately expanded 100 times, turning into a giant puppet that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Swoosh! The puppet's eyes shot out 2 beams of colorful light, full of the blood of the ancient god Julong. The sinful lady's face showed a trace of fear, and the chain of rules gathered on the surface of her body, blocking in front of her. Boom! The gaze of the colorful light was extraordinary, and the sinful lady's chain was bombarded until it loosened. A trace of the remaining gaze fell on her body, and the sinful lady was knocked back a few steps. The world annihilation dragon was shocked. The ancient god Julong, one of the 8 great ancient gods? How could his blood appear here? The sinful lady stared at the puppet, and her expression was no longer calm. She stared at Suyu. You have hidden this thing well, and you have endured until now. Suyu looked at her coldly. There is no need to be surprised. My original intention was for me to destroy you. His real plan had always been to rely on himself, not others. Well, I haven't really fought for a long time. The sinful lady slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes were surrounded by the mysterious rule. Everything that happened just now was not her full strength. Suyu's heart jumped for no reason, and his face darkened slightly. Nirvana Ice Seal! The sinful lady shouted, and the snow-white chain of rules penetrated the chest of the puppet, shattering half of its body. Suyu's body shook, and his eyes became sharp. He controlled the puppet to move forward instead of retreating, and hit the body of the sinful lady with a palm. The heavenly Brahma puppet was an object that specialized in restraining souls, and the sinful lady was actually a soul body. Thud, thud, thud. The sinful lady retreated again and again, and fine cracks appeared on her body. The world annihilation dragon was so frightened that he roared repeatedly and rushed over to protect her. The sinful lady pushed him away, and a fierce murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Her spotless white robe fluttered without any wind, and the rule outside of ice permeated from her eyes. She said, "You forced me to use the second rule. Human, you must pay the price." Seal of evil fate. The sinful lady struck out with her palm, which contained the path of evil fate. The palm landed lightly on the body of the heavenly Brahma puppet and was imprinted. Next, the heavenly Brahma puppet broke free from Suyu's control and turned around to attack Suyu. Suyu did not expect this, but his reaction was extremely fast, and he quickly dodged. However, the great killing weapon that he used to fight against the sinful lady was now being controlled by the sinful lady. Where could Suyu hide? You and Yazi, I won't catch you for the time being, but you must die first. The sinful lady saw the threat from Suyu, and her murderous intent rose. Strangely enough, Suyu was not as disheartened or hopeless as he had imagined, even though he was faced with a hopeless situation. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a strange arc, with experience of the worm pool talisman exploding. Where did you get the courage to accept my things without any precautions? What? The sinful lady was surprised and immediately looked at the puppet. Her snow-white eyes seemed to see through the interior of the puppet. When she saw something, her pretty face changed dramatically. Stop it. Chapter 1577. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to order me around, Suyu said. He closed his eyes and recited a spell. The surface of the heavenly Brahma puppet suddenly flickered with flickering light, and a destructive aura comparable to the explosive flames purgatory rushed out. It was going to self-destruct. This was an additional self-destruction mechanism that Su Yu had added at the beginning of the refinement. The sinful lady's face changed again. She weaved signs with her hands and operated the supreme way of sealing ice to freeze the heavenly Brahma puppet. However, the moment the puppet self-destructed, when the sinful lady cast the signs, the puppet had already exploded from the inside out. Roar! A mournful wail and fierce roar came from the inside of the puppet at the moment of the explosion. Then it was replaced by the roar of the explosion and stopped abruptly. It seemed that some extremely ferocious creature had died in the explosion. The sinful lady's face was calm, and her ice scales were spreading. She ignored the aftermath of the explosion and stared at Su Yu without blinking. "Do you know what you have done?" On the ground, pieces of charred corpses were wriggling into pieces of flesh. A huge bloody head rolled to the ground at the feet of the evil woman. The head was hideous, ferocious, and full of greed. It was none other than the 9-headed strange beast that Su Yu had captured in the past. To be precise, it was a young Taotai. Now it had died tragically in the explosion. Ding! The jade bracelet that had sealed it fell from the sky and hit the ground, making a crisp and sweet sound. Su Yu picked it up and looked at the sinful lady's right wrist. There was an identical bracelet there, and even its aura was exactly the same. Putting away the jade bracelet, Su Yu said calmly, "Of course I know. I awakened the ferocious creature, the Taotai. Why did you still dare to do this? With the ferociousness of the Taotai, it will destroy everything, including you and me," the sinful lady said. Su Yu shook his head. "In my eyes, you are no different from the Taotai. They were equally undefeatable top experts, equally indifferent supreme beings, and equally ferocious creatures who could ruthlessly kill billions of creatures with a single thought. One more or one less, it made no difference to Su Yu. Moreover, I think the first one to be destroyed by the Taotai will be you." Su Yu stared at the jade bracelet on her wrist. "You were the one who held the heaven-burning puppet, and you were the one who killed the little Taotai. Even the jade bracelet that trapped it was yours. It's hard for the Taotai not to think that you're the murderer." The sinful woman stared at Su Yu and asked, "Did you plan this from the start?" Now that he thought about it, he realized that Su Yu had already calculated the current situation from the moment he showed himself. What made her suspicious was that the process was complicated and changeable. There were several times when the World Annihilation Dragon wanted to torture him. How could he be sure that things had developed to this point? However, when she thought about it carefully, the sinful lady realized that the seemingly complicated and ever-changing process was always steered by Su Yu at the most crucial moments. Sometimes it was a single action, and sometimes it was just a few words. But he was always able to steer the course of events toward the current situation. She suddenly recalled what the woman of the Xianming Dao Master had said. "This kid is extremely scheming. If we don't stop him, we'll die at his hands sooner or later." Now that she thought about it, her words had already come true. She had died without a burial place, and the Xianming Dao Master had also perished. The entire Azura Forbidden Lands had been turned into ice and death. All of them had really died at the hands of Su Yu. Even though he had lived through several eras and had extensive knowledge, Su Yu could not help but feel a slight chill in his heart. What a terrifying plan! You could say that. In this world, no one can compete with you except this sleeping Taotai. Only by borrowing its power can we resolve the crisis, Su Yu said. He had never placed his hopes on the heaven-burning puppet or the demon's sword Wuya, but on this sleeping Taotai, the sinful woman said. "How can you be sure that there is a sleeping Taotai here?" Su Yu shook his head and chuckled. "Haha, are you testing me to see how much I know? Well, I can tell you very clearly that I know that this Taotai does not exist in the two god realms and the lost nation." The sinful woman's eyes flickered, but she did not say a word. Because the lost god realm and the lost nation are all in the belly of this Tao Tai. Su Yu's words were earth-shattering. Between the heavens and the earth, there was a sudden explosion of thunder. The people in the world annihilation plate in his arms could not help but be shocked when they heard this. The Moonwatch sect master and Tai Ching Yinluan were all shocked. The world that they had existed in for billions of years was the belly of the Tao Tai. If it wasn't for their almost blind faith in Su Yu, they wouldn't have believed even the slightest bit of such nonsense. I also know that the stomach of a Tao Tai is not only a vessel, but also a prison. Su Yu was determined to shock them to death. He revealed another shocking secret. As if a great secret had been exposed, bolts of thunder descended from the heavens and bombarded Su Yu. Su Yu did not even look at them as he casually swept away the thunder. The sinful woman's eyes darkened a little as she stared at Su Yu. It is important for people to know their own limits, and so is their worldview. You are in the God realm. How do you know so thoroughly? Su Yu said, in this place, besides the supreme being sealed in the 3 great forbidden lands, there are the remains of many super strong men in the past. I was fortunate enough to come into contact with 2 of them. If I am not mistaken, this place is a prison specially designed to imprison supreme strong men like you and the Xianming Path Master. Hearing this, the sinful woman completely gave up hope. Su Yu had long known the secrets of this place. Then, do you know that the furious Tao Tai will not only kill me but also you? The sinful woman stared at Su Yu and said indifferently. Su Yu smiled lightly. Of course I know. So, I will take the opportunity to leave this place. He looked at the center of the 3 great forbidden lands, at the huge dark cave, and said, if I am not mistaken, the day when the Tao Tai wakes up is the day when the passage opens. That should be the navel of the Tao Tai, which leads directly to the outside world. The countercurrent passage to the Star River God realm is the throat of the Tao Tai. He said slowly as if he was describing the scene from billions of years ago. In the God realm, the sinful woman was wreaking havoc. Suddenly, the incomparably huge Tao Tai streaked across the sky of the God realm, leaving behind a huge black shadow that God Kailan could never forget. Then, the Tao Tai devoured the God realm. However, for some unknown reason, he only had time to keep the God realm in his mouth. Before he could devour it, he fell into a deep sleep. Part of the God realm was swallowed into his stomach and became the God realm that was lost today. Part of the God realm was kept outside his mouth and had not been swallowed. It was the remnant of the Star River God realm. The endless passage connecting the 2 God realms was the throat of the Tao Tai. Now that he thought about it, the reason why the Tao Tai fell into a deep sleep was probably because he was injured in the process of sealing the sinful woman. Now that the Tao Tai had awakened, he was seriously injured and in a coma. It was hard to believe that they could live in peace. The sinful woman sighed deeply and said, I really regret not looking at you from the beginning. Compared to Yunyazi, you are a greater threat. Roar. At that moment, a dragon's roar came from behind Su Yu. A dark dragon claw pierced through the void and slammed into Su Yu's back. It roared, it is not too late to kill him now. Bang! With a blow from a peak overlord, Su Yu was killed on the spot. However, the dragon claw of the world annihilation dragon seemed to have touched something and was bounced back. Looking closely, he saw that Su Yu's entire torso was actually a fragment of the chain of rules. In an instant, Su Yu recovered quickly with his torso as the center. The rule of life, resurrection, the world annihilation dragon was shocked and attacked again. But no matter what, as long as a part of Su Yu's torso remained, he would never die. After several failed attempts, the world annihilation dragon roared. The sinful woman looked at him and said, If you can't destroy the chain of rules, you can't kill him. As her voice fell, a snow-white chain of the great path appeared behind the sinful woman. The great path chain of the Xianming Path Master was shattered by it. If Suyu's torso was also shattered, there would be no room for resurrection. At that moment, a majestic and magnificent will suddenly descended. A pair of eyes as dark as ink, which seemed to be able to devour everything, appeared in the sky. Those eyes were cold, cruel, greedy, and had a domineering intention to take the world as its own. As soon as the dark eyes appeared, they immediately stared at the sinful woman. The ancient voice, which seemed to come from the beginning of time, slowly floated over. "Sinful woman, you shouldn't blame your wife and children. You're so ruthless." The voice was slow, but every word was as heavy as Mount Tai, putting unspeakable pressure on people's hearts. The sinful woman opened her mouth as if she wanted to explain, but looking at the scene in front of her, she couldn't. The puppet exploded in his hand, and the aura of the jade bracelet that bound the little Tao Tai was the same as hers. In addition, when the Taochi's egg was destroyed, she was nearby. She wouldn't believe it if she didn't do it. "You deserve it," the sinful woman said lightly. "If you hadn't been ordered by Emperor Xiaoya to plot against me, you wouldn't be here today." The pair of dark eyes seemed to roll up a dark vortex. "In that case, you admit it." The sinful woman looked at Suyu and said, "Sort of." The result was no longer important. They were already incompatible like fire and water. "It's good that you admit it." The vortex in the eyes suddenly appeared, and two dark chains shot out. They were the shackles that had sealed the sinful woman for billions of years. The sinful woman's beautiful figure flashed, and the snow-white chain collided with the seal shackles. In an instant, Suyu only felt that the world was about to explode, and the mountains were shaking. Stabilizing his figure, Suyu turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated on the spot while the two supreme existences were fighting. The sinful woman noticed it, but she didn't care about him. She said indifferently, "World Annihilation Dragon, he is yours." The World Annihilation Dragon exuded a shocking, murderous aura. "Master, rest assured." With a swish, the World Annihilation Dragon chased after Suyu. With the gap in cultivation between them, Suyu couldn't escape for a while. However, unexpectedly, Suyu's hands formed a seal, and a wisp of yin and yang energy appeared above his head. Unlike the previous cosmos shift, the yin and yang energy each condensed into a wing, flapping above his head. It was also shuttling between yin and yang, but this time it was a continuous shuttling. One breath was 100 million mountains and rivers, and 10 consecutive shuttles would cover a distance of 1 billion mountains and rivers. This is the real way to use the yin and yang wings of Supreme Pole. Suyu thought to himself. In the past month of seclusion, he had thoroughly comprehended the technique that he had obtained, and today he had displayed its great power. The World Annihilation Dragon, who was about to catch up with Suyu, suddenly lost track of him. Its huge, bloody eyes swept and locked on the bottomless cave in the center of the 3 forbidden lands. With the awakening of the Tao Tai, when Suyu came to the top of the cave again, he clearly saw the power of the wizard ancestor. It was like a bright lamp, shining in the depths of the dark cave. Chapter 1578. He had always wondered why the epic-making dragon would say that the wizard ancestor's power was the key in his excitement. Now the truth was revealed. When the wizard ancestor sealed the epic-making dragon, he left a key and set it up. It would appear 10 billion years later today and open the cage once. His original intention was probably to give the descendants of the wizard tribe who had been guarding this place for generations a chance to leave the cage. In the 3 great forbidden lands, the Xianming Pathmaster, the Red Dust Lady, and even the epic-making dragon all took this opportunity to escape the cage. Unfortunately, the first 2 failed and were killed by the sinful lady. Looking back at the familiar god realm, Suyu remembered the scene in front of him deeply. He silently said goodbye and disappeared into the bottomless cave. He followed the wizard power and once again descended on the platform where the heaven-fighting divine warrior's body was placed. Above it was the place where the sinful lady was once sealed. Below it was still the endless abyss, where the water of the Star River finally flowed. The wizard ancestor's power was still shimmering at the bottom of the abyss, like a bright lamp guiding the way. Coming to the edge of the platform, Suyu took a deep breath and leaped into the endless dark abyss. The abyss was icy cold, and even Suyu felt uncomfortable with the body of the rules. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. An hour later, Suyu's body was covered with ice, and his eyebrows were covered with white mist. His soul also showed signs of damage, and his 5 senses were blocked. A deep sense of suffocation poured into Suyu's heart. It was as if the abyss below was the giant mouth of a ferocious beast, waiting for its prey to fall into it. Fortunately, with the wizard ancestor's power, Suyu identified his target and flew down. A few hours later, the wizard ancestor's power suddenly became stronger. Suyu was shocked. He had reached the end. Under the illumination of the wizard ancestor's power, a damp place full of dried bones came into view. The walls were all wriggling flesh walls, which were the flesh of Tao Tai. Under the illumination of the wizard ancestor's power, a closed giant fleshy door stretched across the bottom of the abyss. Near the giant door, the most corpses were piled up. Their remains had not been destroyed, which showed that they were not weak people when they were alive. At the very least, they were overlords, and there were even some divine warriors of heaven and earth who had survived. On the giant door, there were traces of different depths left by the strong men who had searched for a way out. Unfortunately, as strong as they were unable to break open the giant door at all. In the middle of the giant door, there was a groove the size of a fist. It was exactly the size of the ancestral witch's power. With the groove as the center, many complicated veins extended in all directions. Suyu took a closer look and could not help but gasp. Those meridians were actually forged from the chains of the great Tao laws. In terms of numbers, in terms of sturdiness, and in terms of the supreme pressure they emitted, the sinful girl was far inferior. No wonder so many strong men found this place and never left. This door has the great path rule chain as a formation. Not to mention them, even pathmasters and supreme martial artists would be left in the dust if they came here. Suyu was secretly shocked. As he stared at the groove, his heart calmed down a little. If the ancestral wizard's power was embedded in it, it would definitely be able to activate the chain to open the door. The great beginning realm, what kind of existence is that? Suyu murmured. The beginning of all ages, the source of everything. How magnificent and magnificent was it? What kind of legend and myth were the 8 great ancient gods and the temple of heaven, filled with longing and anticipation? Suyu grasped the mass of ancestral wizard's power and pressed it against the groove. As expected, when the ancestral wizard's power entered, the great path rule chain trembled slightly. The wriggling giant door shook and suddenly opened. All of a sudden, a gush of Star River water gushed in from the outside. At the same time, it was accompanied by an extremely dense divine energy. Yes, the divine energy that was distributed in the atmosphere of the world. In the God realm, there was only spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was first converted into spiritual energy. Then spiritual energy was converted into mortal fairy strength, and finally it could be converted into divine energy. However, at this moment, the divine energy filled the air and could be absorbed for one's own use at any time. Such divine energy, or in other words, divine energy, had completely subverted the training rules of the God realm. Is that the origin of all ages? Suyu's eyes were filled with excitement. His palm involuntarily tightened around the world annihilation plate and the green hair on his fingertips. When he reached that vast and boundless world, would he be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish to travel the world hand in hand with Xia Jingyu and Qin Xianer? However, at this moment, the sound of giggling drifted over. That charming and tranquil voice was all too familiar to Suyu. His pupils shrank slightly. "You really didn't die." With a swoosh, a person flew out of Suyu's world annihilation plate. It was Luo Shui. Her eyes were blurry, as if she had fallen into a dream. She was very similar to Kai Lin, who was obsessed with sex. Haha, Sue, you didn't expect this, did you? I left a trick on this infatuated, silly girl in the early years. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you. Mistress Hong Chun chuckled, exuding a powerful aura that was breathtaking. Su Yu's eyes were solemn. He was a little puzzled. The sinful lady had clearly captured the clones of Mistress Hong Chun hidden in the dreams of all living creatures. Why was the clone in Luo Xue's dreams an exception? It's strange, isn't it? Mistress Hong Chun said proudly. That's because I made an agreement with this silly girl. If I helped her win your heart, she would help me with one thing unconditionally. She didn't know that this was my unique red dust contract. If I died, the red dust contract would automatically give her half of her life to continue my existence. Although that iceberg woman was powerful and captured all of my clones, she missed this contract. Mistress Hong Chin chuckled. Su Yu secretly regretted not guiding the sinful lady to examine it carefully. How could a path master be destroyed so easily? He had underestimated such an existence. With a calm expression, Su Yu stared at her and said, "The door of the cage has been opened. You got what you wanted. Can you let Luo Xue go now?" Haha, I can't do that. If she dies, the red dust contract will take half of my life. I don't want to do that. Mistress Hong Chen was smiling brightly. Then what will make you give up? Su Yu asked. Mistress Hong Chen stared at Su Yu, her fingers twirling around the hair that fell on her shoulders. She said with a faint smile, "Of course I have to complete the red dust contract. In other words, I want your heart." With a charming laugh, Mistress Hong Chen turned into a cloud of pink mist and floated into the outside world. She chuckled and said, "My intuition tells me that we will meet again soon." "Where are you going?" Su Yu's eyes sharpened as he chased after her. "Humph, where do you want to go?" The world annihilation dragon caught up in time. The huge dragon shadow flashed and blocked the giant door, completely blocking it. His ruthless aura was like a mountain pressing down on them. Su Yu cursed his bad luck. If Mistress Hong Chin hadn't appeared and delayed him, he wouldn't have been blocked by the world annihilation dragon. Finally, I made it. The world annihilation dragon stared at Su Yu and slowly approached him. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. I have advised the master long ago that for a lowly and arrogant ant like you, it is the greatest mercy to use capital punishment. Unfortunately, the master did not listen to me, causing her to be entangled by the Tao Tai. If anything happens to the master, you will not be able to atone for it, even if you die 1,000 times. The world annihilation dragon said with hatred. Su Yu said lightly, So? The world annihilation dragon was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were full of cruelty. Do you think that if you fall into my hands, you will have a good end? I will make you suffer so much that you will wish you were dead. Su Yu said, Is this another threat to torture me? No. The world annihilation dragon shouted, What I want to do is to torture your loved ones hidden in the world annihilation plate. Those women you love, those good friends of yours, all of them will die because of your recklessness. I want them to bleed every drop of blood, suffer every insult, and regret their association with you. I want them to taste the most extreme torture in the world and die in pain and abuse. Then I will not kill you. I will cut off your limbs, destroy your cultivation, and dig out your eyes. I will let you live like a beggar, living the most despicable life, living a life of regret every day. Don't worry, I will not let you die. I will not hesitate to consume my world annihilation dragon power to extend your life. I guarantee that you will not die, even if you want to. You will live in pain for the rest of your life. Su Yu's face darkened slightly. He might not be afraid of death, but as the world annihilation dragon said, what he was afraid of was implicating others. His eyes were cold, and there was a hint of coldness in them. "Oh, why are you angry? Are you afraid?" The World Annihilation Dragon sneered and swept his huge dragon tail. Suyu was caught off guard and was sent flying. The replica World Annihilation plate in his arms was swept away by the dragon tail and fell into the palm of the World Annihilation Dragon. So what if I am angry? An ant should have the consciousness of an ant. If I tell you to kneel, you should kneel. If I tell you to crawl, you should crawl. You have no right to be angry. The World Annihilation Dragon crushed the replica World Annihilation plate, and a cavern world was clearly visible in the palm of his hand. Many creatures inside did not know that the World Annihilation plate had been destroyed, and they were still living peacefully. You could even see his wife, Qin Xianer, settling down the newly joined wizard tribe creatures. Her petite figure seemed extremely thin and lovable. "Human ant, who do you think I should make a move on first?" The World Annihilation Dragon stared at Suyu with hatred, and the corners of his mouth were full of a vengeful grin. Following Suyu's gaze, he saw Qin Xianer, and his eyes burst into a cruel arc. "Oh, then let's start with her." As soon as the dragon claw clenched, a towering giant claw emerged from the cavern world, grabbed Qin Xianer, and brought her to the outside world, in front of Suyu. Qin Xianer was panic-stricken. She looked at the huge World Annihilation Dragon, and her face turned pale. "Xianer!" Suyu's pupils shrank, and his silver hair danced wildly. He stared at the World Annihilation Dragon and shouted, "Let her go!" "Ha ha ha, are you anxious?" The World Annihilation Dragon laughed. "It seems that she is very important to you. That's for the best." Hiss! He tore off a piece of reverse scale and landed on the ground. He turned into a black-robed youth, threw Qin Xianer to him, and said with a grin, "Such a beautiful little beauty. Even I am attracted to her. If I do it with her, she will be beautiful. Human ant, you are lucky to witness a good show with your own eyes." Qin Xianer's face suddenly turned pale, and she eagerly cast a pleading look at Suyu. However, she was sealed by the World Annihilation Dragon and could not move. She could only shed tears of humiliation. The black-robed youth laughed dryly and caught Qin Xianer. He said, "She is indeed a rare beauty. Hey, she is still a virgin. Ha ha ha, she is the best. I won't be polite any more." Suyu's eyes were cold, and he growled in a low voice, "You forced me to do this. I didn't want to do this." The World Annihilation Dragon sneered, "Ant, just crawl and enjoy the show with your own eyes." With a swipe of his giant claw, it turned into a giant mountain and crushed Suyu beneath it. Chapter 1579. This is... The World Annihilation Dragon took a breath. The Tao Tai Zai. Like a cat touching hot oil, the World Annihilation Dragon retracted his dragon claws and stared at Suyu. Suyu slowly stood up from the dent left by the huge dragon claw. The water of the Xing River stirred his silver hair and made it dance wildly. His white robe swayed with the current. His eyes were as cold as ice that would not melt for thousands of years. Even the World Annihilation Dragon felt a chill. He raised his hands and took off the ice crystal crown on his head. The crystal gem on his forehead was slowly removed, revealing a dark eye that had always been open. It was a pure black that could swallow the light of the world and devour all things. Suddenly, the pitch-black eyeballs turned and revealed a personified, playful smile. "Hey, it's been a long time." In Suyu's mind, the laughter of the Tao Tai echoed. "Human, you really couldn't help but release me. Ha ha ha." Suyu's eyes were cold. "If you want to seal yourself again, I will fulfill your wish now." "Oh, what are you talking about? The delicacy is right in front of me. How can I miss it?" The Tao Tai smiled greedily, and the dark eyes gradually turned into a vortex as he stared at the World Annihilation Dragon. The World Annihilation Dragon's body was cold, and the dragon's crouching body had already straightened. Looking directly at this dark eye, the World Annihilation Dragon did not hesitate. It shook its huge body and fled. However, in the face of the Tao Tai's eye, the World Annihilation Dragon's body was pulled back by the devouring power. The World Annihilation Dragon was shocked. "Aunt, seal this eye. I will let you go." Su Yu's eyes were cold. Even now he was still high and mighty, thinking that he could control the fate of all the weak creatures. Looking at Qin Xianer, who was shivering on the ground, Su Yu's eyes exuded a deep chill. "Only with your blood can I teach you what it means to be equal." Under his urging, the Tao Tai's eye became round, and the devouring power reached the extreme. Ah! With a scream, the World Annihilation Dragon's body was swallowed in half, leaving only the lower half exposed. The huge dragon's head struggled and begged, "Stop! Stop right now. This lord, I will no longer be your enemy. It's too late. Just like how you have your reverse scale, I also have mine." He waved his hand and pulled Qin Xianer into his embrace, hugging her tightly. As he spoke, only the head of the World Annihilation Dragon was exposed. Seeing that he had no hope of survival, he roared with resentment, "Human ants! I curse you! You won't have a good ending. You'll be chased by Master until there's no path to heaven and no door to hell. I'll wait for you in hell." Su Yu's face was cold and detached as his Tao Tai eyes devoured it completely. An extremely satisfied laugh could be heard in his mind. "Ha ha ha, Peak Ruler is indeed a great tonic. Human, why don't you and I work together and devour this world?" Without saying a word, Su Yu put on the ice crystal crown once again and sealed the Tao Tai's eyes. "Humph, human, believe me, you will release me again. Next time, if you want to seal me again, it won't be so easy." With a trace of unwillingness, Tao Tai's voice disappeared into the depths of his mind. Crack! With a crisp sound, an almost undetectable crack appeared on the jewel hanging on his forehead. A rough crack appeared on the Taoist paper hidden within it, running through the entire Taoist paper. So you took a deep breath. The Taoist paper had cracked. If there was a next time, the Taoist paper might not be able to seal the Tao Tai's eyes. At that time, the Tao Tai's eyes would no longer be under Su Yu's control. It would devour everything it saw and gradually expand until there was nothing left to devour. Then it would devour Su Yu. "Brother Su, your third eye seems to be a very big hidden danger." Qin Xianer raised her head. Her bright eyes filled with worry. Su Yu touched her head. "If it's for you, I'm willing to do anything." Qin Xianer's eyes were filled with tears, and she clenched her fists in self-reproach. How good would it be if she had great strength? Would Brother Su still risk his life for her? In her heart, Qin Xianer felt guilty. "There's no time to lose. Let's leave immediately," Su Yu said. With a roll of his big sleeves, he stepped into the great world of the origin of all worlds. However, when Su Yu stepped out, the other half of his body seemed to be imprisoned and could not move. Looking back, Su Yu's heart trembled violently. He saw that a dark line existed in the unseen world, entangling Su Yu's left foot, which had not stepped out yet. At the other end of the line was the sinful lady, who was fighting with the Tao Tai, the path of evil fate. Su Yu's face was extremely gloomy. He had witnessed the heaven-burning puppet being controlled by the path of evil fate and becoming the possession of the sinful lady. He was no exception. "You killed my spiritual pet. Your sin is unforgivable." Following the line of evil fate, the sinful lady's indifferent and resolute will rushed into the depth of Su Yu's soul. Su Yu felt his will was being destroyed. His mind was blank, as if he had lost his sense of self. This was a sign that he was going to be occupied by the sinful lady. At this critical moment, Su Yu's remaining consciousness suddenly had an epiphany, and he took out an emperor-based saint artifact. It was the Milky Way star sand. Su Yu bellowed in a deep voice, "If you don't show yourself, I'll keep you here forever." The Milky Way star sand did not move. Qin Xianer also did not understand why Su Yu would threaten an emperor-based saint artifact. However, When Suyu threw the Milky Way star sand back into the Tao Tai's stomach, the Milky Way star sand suddenly shook. The crane deity flew out from it. Unlike before, the crane deity's eyes were dull, and on his back was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. That old man was exactly the same as the image left by Tianjizi in the past. You really are not dead. Suyu said deeply, I should have known that the consciousness in the Milky Way star sand could not be anyone else but you. In the past, the crane deity had once discovered that a wisp of consciousness had unexpectedly appeared in the Milky Way star sand. Suyu had always kept that in mind, and ordered the crane deity to pay close attention to it. However, the wisp of consciousness had never shown itself again. It was not until today that it was willing to show itself. Glancing at the crane deity, whose eyes were dull, Suyu said, No wonder it never caught any trace of you. It turns out that it has been secretly controlled by you. Half of Tianjizi's body was white, and the other half was black. There was a grayish-white color at the border. His whole person gave off a rather eerie feeling. I should have shown myself to you a long time ago, but unfortunately, you have that lord by your side, and I don't have the guts to show myself in front of him, Tianjizi said with a smile. The lord he mentioned was obviously Yunyazi. It doesn't matter how you were in the past. What's important is that I'm in trouble. If you stand by and do nothing, don't blame me for sealing the door of the cage. Suyu said, I suppose you're hiding because you want to leave the cage and return to the great beginning realm. Tianjizi looked at the line of evil fate on Suyu's feet and said, You seem to think that I can definitely do it. Suyu stared at him and said, If even the Xianming Pathmaster could not do it, I think no one in the God realm could. What, the Xianming Pathmaster? Qin Xianer was taken aback, staring at the old man in black and white in disbelief. She had clearly seen from the World Annihilation Plate that the Xianming Pathmaster had been completely erased from the world by the sinful lady. Tianjizi's eyes were full of smiles of approval, as if he was not surprised that Suyu had exposed his identity. He said with a chuckle, Although I know I can't hide it from you, I'm still very curious. How are you so sure that I am the Xianming Pathmaster who should have been dead? Suyu said, It's very simple, because if I were the Xianming Pathmaster, since I had the ability to arrange for the giant of the bitter sea to break the seal, I would definitely arrange a second way out. Obviously you, who are inextricably linked to Princess Yunxia, are the most suspicious. Tianjizi laughed, his laughter full of disappointment. That's right. I am the clone of the Xianming Pathmaster. I have the same legacy as the Xianming Pathmaster, but I have a different personality and memory. For this, the Xianming Pathmaster lost nearly half of his cultivation base. No wonder the Xianming Pathmaster was so vulnerable in front of the sinful lady. It was not difficult to explain Tianjizi's infatuation with Princess Yunxia. Although the memory and personality were different, they came from the same source and shared the same feelings. Unfortunately, Princess Yunxia was completely unaware. But Tianjizi stared at Suyu, his eyes cold and murderous. Since you know who I am, why did you still dare to kill Yunxia? The sudden change in the atmosphere was unexpected. Qin Xianer left Suyu's embrace, her whole body emitting threads of gray azure power. She was on guard. Princess Yunxia asked for it, she said angrily. Could Brother Su only allow himself to be slaughtered without resistance? The power of the undead phoenix? Tianjizi was suddenly shocked. How is this possible? The Azura Path's second Pathmaster, the Dark Phoenix Pathmaster, was she not buried many eras ago? When did she leave behind her legacy? Surprise and joy filled his face. He could not help but laugh. The heavens have not forsaken me. The Azura Path is saved. He pulled Qin Xianer over. After a careful examination, he was ecstatic. It can't be wrong. It's her legacy. I can't believe that she, who disappeared all those years ago, was imprisoned in the Tao Tai's cage. With nostalgia and excitement, Tianjizi said, "Little Saint Master, come back with me and inherit the Dark Phoenix Path Master's Flame of the Way to become the new Dark Phoenix Path Master." Qin Xianer opened her small mouth, her eyes wide. She stammered, I'm not the Little Saint Master, I'm just… Ha ha ha, I understand how you feel. But the fact that the Dark Phoenix Path Master chose you to inherit her legacy is definitely true. Come back with me. Your appearance will shock the Azura Path. Tianjizi was wild with joy. Qin Xianer instinctively wanted to refuse. But she looked at Suyu, who was bound by the path of evil fate, and thought about how Suyu had opened the Tao Tai's eye for her. She suppressed the reluctance in her heart and nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Without waiting for Tianjizi's delight, Qin Xianer said, but you must bring Brother Su with you. I'll go wherever he goes. No way. Tianjizi's expression changed, and he refused without hesitation. I can let him go once for the sake of the Little Saint Master, but I will never bring him back to the Azura Path. After all, he is a living being who indirectly caused the death of the Xianming Path Master. This matter cannot be hidden, and the other almighties of the Azura Path will find out sooner or later. If you bring him back, won't you be suspected of being an accomplice? But, Qin Xianer said, Chapter 1580. She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. At that moment, Suyu said gently, Xianer, go. Qin Xianer's tears rolled down her cheeks as she threw herself at him. No, Brother Su, if you die, what will be the point of my future? I only have you in my life. Su Yu's heart was filled with bitterness, reluctance, and deep sorrow. In the end, he had not been able to save Xia Jingyu, nor had he been able to give Qin Xianer a warm future. All he had gotten was Qin Xianer's lonely cry. If he left, would Qin Xianer's bright face still be smiling? Su Yu closed his right eye. His remaining left eye filled with a wine-red glow. He teleported Tianjizi and Qin Xianer out of the space, saying, Take care of her. Tianjizi fell into the aftermath of the red space, his brows filled with complex emotions. Finally, he let out a silent sigh. Before the teleportation, a black and white aura shot out from his fingertips, transforming into a human figure that landed in front of Suyu. If I see you again, I will take your life. With the space teleportation, Tianjizi disappeared with the crying Qin Xianer, entering the absolute beginning world. Suyu felt empty, as if he had lost something in his life that he could not live without. Xianer, Suyu murmured, opening his eyes, his gaze filled with reluctance. Could this be the end for him and Xianer? At that moment, the human figure in front of him slowly said, Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Take what you can, leave behind the skin and the pouch. As the words fell into Su Yu's ears, he instantly understood the meaning of the words. The human figure in front of him was a pouch. Su Yu took the important items of this body and headed for the human figure's pouch. Did that mean he had to give up his current body? Su Yu was reluctant. This was a body of rules, an indestructible body. Moreover, it had cultivated many divine techniques, including the demonic path, divine path, and Azura path. If he changed his body, he would have to abandon all of this. But he had no other choice. The entangling path of evil fate tightened, and Suyu's body was about to become the sinful woman's possession. Suyu clenched his teeth and transferred all of his possessions to the human figure. First was the divine 9-dragon cauldron, then the 9-jade spiritual pearl, and finally the world annihilation plate. Just as Suyu was about to throw the 9 heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords over, his body suddenly froze, and he was unable to move. Not good. Suyu's heart sank. He had no time to transfer the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword, so his soul immediately left his body and entered the human figure. As if it had sensed that Suyu's soul had left, the black thread of evil fate immediately wrapped around the figure. How could Suyu dare to hesitate? He immediately flew into the great beginning realm. The path of evil fate swept through the air and slowly retracted, leaving only Su Yu's body there. It was motionless without any aura or soul. Right at that moment, the Tao Tai's eye between Su Yu's brows suddenly broke free and followed Su Yu. At the same time, the 8,000 divine paths behind Su Yu's physical body appeared without warning and flew away in unison. One of the stalwart figures, who was full of defiance, grabbed the Buddha bead cavern world bracelet from Su Yu's wrist with one hand. The path of evil fate transmitted the sinful lady's dissatisfaction. The gray thread entered Su Yu's body and took complete control of it. When the figure of the heaven-defying divine warrior once again grabbed the 9 heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords, Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes and launched the 9 suns cosmos sword formation, shattering the heaven-defying divine warrior's divine Laksana. Su Yu watched as the 8,000 divine paths and the Tao Tai's eye followed Su Yu, who was shedding his shell. He slowly closed his eyes and remained motionless. At this moment, the battle between the sinful lady and the Tao Tai had reached its climax. In the God realm, the lost nation had been destroyed. It was a scene of devastation, and not a shadow of its former glory could be seen. 100 million years have passed, and not only have you not weakened, but you have become stronger. The Tao Tai exclaimed, "The Xiaoyao son of heaven's fear of you is not wrong. If you are given time, you will certainly threaten the position of the heavenly daughter." The sinful lady calmly said, "You are not bad yourself, only stronger than before. So what if I am strong? It is much more difficult to seal you again than before." The Tao Tai smiled faintly. "However, it is not too difficult to trap you in my stomach forever." With a shift of his thoughts, the giant door that had been open for a long time slowly closed. The sinful lady's face changed, and her beautiful figure disappeared from where she was, sweeping towards the exit. The Tao Tai laughed. "Do you think I will let you out?" The devouring power descended from the sky, blocking the way of the sinful lady. The sinful lady looked calm. With a wave of her sleeves, a devouring power swept out, almost crushing, and went straight to the exit. Along the way, many powerful creatures in the God realm also found this passage. But when they encountered the fight between the 2 great supreme martial artists, they were crushed into dust. When they rushed to the giant door, only one person could pass through the narrow gap, and a group of lucky creatures could be vaguely seen, who were lucky enough to leave the cage and step into the great beginning realm. Close! With a laugh, the Tao Tai closed the giant door. At the moment when the door closed, although the sinful lady could not pass through, she took off the bracelet on her wrist and threw it out. "Humph! Tell the sinful lady palace where you are? It is useless. They can't save you." The Tao Tai did not care, and the 2 giant eyes that appeared in the sky were full of greed. "Come on, let me see if you will break through my magical body, or if you will become my devouring object." The sinful lady looked back indifferently and stared at the Tao Tai. The 2 great supreme martial artists fought again. All the holes in the forbidden land of 10,000 demons merged into one. The epic-making dragon looked up at the drastic changes in the world, and his eyes were full of excitement. "Ha ha ha! As expected, the cage has finally opened. Now it should be closed, right?" The epic-making dragon revealed a mysterious smile. With Su's good fortune, he should have reached the great beginning realm by now, right? There was a hint of pity in his eyes. "Su Yu, don't blame me for being ruthless, but everything has a price. You have gained so many benefits from me, and you will have to repay me eventually. Why don't you bear the seal for me?" At the end of his words, his eyes were full of playfulness. He had never helped Su Yu wholeheartedly, but he had a purpose. He took out the dragon pearl, and with the pure power of the epic-making dragon stored in the dragon pearl, he performed a supreme dragon technique. Dragon Abyss Treasure Scroll, stealing the sky and changing the sun. The epic-making dragon looked solemn as he performed the mighty dragon technique. It was a secret technique from the Dragon Abyss Treasure Scroll, All of a sudden, the world darkened, and a mysterious black shadow covered the epic-making dragon. When the black shadow dissipated, the epic-making dragon, who had been sealed in this place for billions of years, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace, leaving only the empty chains. No, to be exact, there was a replacement under the chains. It was a person, Suyu. The scent of the Dragon Abyss treasure scroll was faintly discernible on Suyu's body. This was the reason why the epic-making dragon had imparted the supreme legacy of the dragon to Suyu. Only when Suyu had cultivated this book could the epic-making dragon Abyss treasure scroll be activated, and the two of them would be exchanged. The epic-making dragon would obtain eternal freedom, while Suyu would replace him and suffer endless suppression. The epic-making dragon's hearty laughter lingered in the world. His laughter reverberated in front of the giant door at the same time. The body that was supposed to be abandoned by Suyu was replaced by the epic-making dragon. When he sensed the scent around him, his maniacal laughter came to an abrupt halt. This is still a cage. The epic-making dragon's eyes widened. He was puzzled, confused, and angry. Impossible. I clearly sensed that his soul scent disappeared from the cage and went to the great beginning realm. I should have taken his place in the great beginning realm. How could I still be in a cage? How could he know that Suyu's body, which had cultivated the Dragon Abyss treasure scroll, had been abandoned? The real Suyu had already stepped into the great beginning realm. His painstakingly plotted plot, his preparations full of expectations, had been destroyed in a single move. However, this was not the worst part. The worst part was that he had coincidentally appeared in front of an indifferent woman with a wanton chill all over her body. She stared at him and said lightly, "Epic-making dragon? Well, it just so happens that my spiritual pet has died. You can be my new spiritual pet." On a snowfield that was covered in icy fog and covered in snow all year round, a woman in palace attire with a powerful aura comparable to the divine warriors of heaven and earth stood tall. An ice flower was carved between her brows. Suddenly, she raised her hand and grabbed a bracelet that was flying towards her from the void. Looking at the bracelet, the woman in the palace attire burst into tears. "Sinful lady, finally there is news of you." The jade bracelet trembled and projected into the void. There were only 2 lines of words. "I am fine and I will return. With my life, I will kill one person with all my strength. The aura of his soul is left in the jade bracelet." The woman in the palace attire knelt and said, "Yes, sinful Lady Palace, listen to me." Behind her, the sound of people kneeling and worshipping could be heard. Looking around, there were countless women in palace attire with the same ice flower carved between their brows, like floating clouds. Their aura was at least that of a Star River overlord. The highest was the woman in the palace attire, who was at the peak of the divine warrior of heaven and earth. Stepping into the great beginning realm, the icy water was piercing. Suyu hid in the shadows and kept floating up to the surface of the water. This figure was not a physical body, but a body forged by the power of Azura, which could be used as a temporary vessel. "I need to find a body to host my soul," Suyu said secretly. At this moment, a faint smell of blood rippled in the icy water. A corpse slowly sank from the top of Suyu's head. It was the corpse of a young man who had just died. There was a fatal wound between his brows, which had crushed his soul. After pondering for a while, Suyu's soul left the figure, turned into a mass of purple light, and drilled into the corpse. The wound between his brows healed quickly. His eyes, which were originally tightly shut, suddenly opened, and a deep and cold light shot out of them. The body is a little weak. It only has the strength of a stage for mortal fairy, not enough to reach the level of a god. Suyu was a little regretful. However, the stronger the body, the more difficult it was for the soul to adapt. Suyu's soul could perfectly integrate with such a weak body. He did not choose this body rashly. Wow! At this moment, another body sank which had just been killed. "Oh, Is there a killing on the water? Su Yu thought about it and floated straight to the surface of the water. He at least wanted to know where this place was. In particular, he wanted to find out where the Azura realm was. All servants, listen to me. The young master is dead, and the servants of the Shui family should be loyal to him. Kill him. Su Yu was underwater, standing with his hands behind his back. He saw a strange flying wooden ship with ice and fire feathers being besieged by 3 feather-shaped boats. There were rows of masked men standing on the boats, each holding a shadowless long sword, besieging the ice and fire ship. Their long swords were very powerful, with only the hilt and no blade. However, with a casual wave of the sword, one person on the ice and fire ship died. He was either pierced between the eyebrows and his soul was crushed, or he was directly split in two. Shadowless sword. Su Yu's eyes showed a strange look. The servants on the ice and fire ship were not weak, but under the siege of the mysterious black-clothed men and the strange shadowless sword, it was a one-sided massacre. Brothers, kill them all, and Murong Chingching is at our mercy. A black-clothed man licked his lips and laughed. The black-clothed men on the 3 boats flashed toward the ice and fire ship at the same time and began a bloody massacre. Chapter 1581. After pondering for a while, Su Yu jumped out of the water and landed on a small boat. Coincidentally, the black-clothed man on the boat was in the air and did not guard against someone underwater, so he opened his lower body defense. Su Yu grabbed a divine sword that had fallen into the water and touched it lightly. The sword energy entered his lower body and rushed out from the top of his head. The black-clothed man turned his eyes and fell into the water. The sudden change alarmed the black-clothed young men on the other 2 sides. Shui Yu is still alive. The 2 black-clothed men screamed as if they had seen a ghost. Su Yu was ruthless. With a tap of his toes, he shuttled between the 2 boats like a series of shadows. Before the 2 black-clothed men could react, their eyebrows were broken and they died in disbelief. After killing the 2, Su Yu landed on the ice and fire ship with a long sword in his hand and glanced at the people on board. Ah, young master, you are not dead. The hunchbacked old man who was their leader said in surprise. It was this old man who led the people to fight just now. Young master? It was only then that Su Yu realized that the body he was occupying had an extraordinary status. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu put away the strange look in his eyes and smiled warmly. I have an extraordinary treasure that has cured the fatal wound between my eyebrows. Don't worry, everyone. On the ship, many servants were relieved. Only the old man's eyes were full of doubt. He said, Young master, when did you cultivate such brilliant swordsmanship? They are all level 5 Cavern World Masters. Cavern World Masters? Su Yu was stunned. He secretly looked at the 3 corpses and understood. The so-called Cavern World Masters should be the gods of the ancient god realm, who could create their own cavern world. Su Yu had seen many things and responded quickly. If I didn't secretly prepare a backup plan, I wouldn't be standing in front of you. The old man was surprised. Young master, you have secretly cultivated great swordsmanship. It is beyond my expectations. The doubt in his eyes dissipated, and he said respectfully, Young master, let's continue our journey. Don't miss the day. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He had no idea where this ship was going or what its purpose was. If he asked now, wouldn't he expose his identity? Oh, let's continue our journey. Su Yu said calmly as he walked toward the cabin. Before he entered, he said, Come in for a moment. I have something to discuss with you in private. The old man did not suspect anything. How could the young master not discuss the assassination with him? However, not long after he entered the room, a wisp of pale light shot out without anyone noticing. After a while, the old man walked out with blank eyes. His mind was blank, and he didn't remember what had happened in the room. Inside the cabin, Su Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. This place is actually the savage border of the great beginning realm, the Sea of Constellations. He had obtained a lot of important information from the old man's soul search, including their current situation. The Sea of Constellations was extremely vast, and the influences were intricate and complicated. What surprised Suyu the most was that there were 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth here. Each of them ruled over a region of the Sea of Constellations, and for hundreds of millions of years they had been in awe. This body belonged to the Shui family. It was a clan under the rule of a world dominator, and it was in charge of a region of the sea. This time, this body was ordered by the clan to go to another clan in the sea region and form a marriage alliance with them. Unexpectedly, he encountered an ambush along the way, and his body perished on the spot. "It was fate that I occupied this body," Suyu said leisurely. "Go in peace. I will take good care of this body for you, and I will also treat your people well." As soon as he finished his thought, something seemed to leave Shui Yu's body. That must be Shui Yu's lingering obsession. Only then did Su Yu have the heart to examine himself. After a while, Su Yu sighed helplessly. "It's a pity that the body of law and the Cosmos Sword formation are gone. The magical powers and precious techniques that I cultivated in the past are gone too. How troublesome." Su Yu frowned. In addition to the soul techniques, the 8,000 divine paths, and the simple sword path, Suyu was not much stronger than the level 5 Cavern World seniors in terms of divine techniques. The most troublesome thing was that the incomparably powerful celestial energy sphere in that body was not taken away. Now, Suyu had no divine power in his body. The 8,000 divine paths had fallen into a deep sleep and could not be activated. The divine paths of time, space, life, death, and soul were all asleep. The divine path of life. Suyu frowned deeply. He had finally obtained the blood of the sinful woman, but the divine path of life had fallen into a deep sleep. Without this, how could he revive Xia Jingyu? Fortunately, after careful consideration, Suyu confirmed that there was a solution to the situation before him. As long as Suyu succeeded in one thing, he could regain control of many divine paths. That was to become a god. Once he cultivated the source of God, the 8,000 God Daos would awaken, including the life God Dao. Before my abilities recover to their peak, I'd better make use of Shui Yu's identity as much as possible, Suyu said to himself. The Sea of Constellations was complicated and treacherous, and traveling alone was definitely not a wise move. After thinking for a while, Suyu tried to open the 9 Jade spiritual pearl. However, he was shocked to discover that the spiritual pearl seemed to have been locked, and he could not open it. What's going on? Su Yu was extremely shocked. Not only were many of his important items inside, but Xiao Dai, Shen Ge, and the rest were also inside. There was also the most important supreme, growing soil. He tried to open the space in the Buddha bead, but to his surprise, he couldn't open it either. Su You could not even activate the world annihilation plate, so you could not help but break out in a cold sweat. However, Suyu had always been a calm person, and after thinking about it for a while, he suddenly realized something. These things had followed Suyu for many years and had left a deep impression on him. Now that Suyu's body was completely different, how could he gain the recognition of these things? Understanding this, Suyu felt a lot more at ease. As long as he broke through the realm of gods, he could refine those imprints one by one and open them one by one. The difficult part was the current situation. Apart from the soul techniques, Suyu had lost all his magical treasured techniques, treasures, and powerful assistants. Even if he encountered a level 4 Cavern World senior, Suyu would be in grave danger. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes lit up. His soul energy surged, and a green wooden sword flew out from the top of his head. The wooden sword was the lifelong legacy that Demon Sword Wuya had left for Suyu before he passed away. It was full of supreme swordsmanship. This legacy had been transferred to this body along with Suyu's soul. Is it the will of heaven, forcing me to recultivate swordsmanship? Suyu smiled bitterly. He had never seriously cultivated swordsmanship, and now swordsmanship was the only thing he could learn. Forget it! The entire legacy of a divine warrior of heaven and earth is enough for me to surpass my peak, Suyu said. In the vast sea of constellations, there were only 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth. Suyu had obtained the legacy of a divine warrior alone, which made many absolute beginning creatures envious. If this legacy was leaked, even the 3 divine warriors would be alarmed. Holding the green wooden sword in his hand, Suyu immediately comprehended the sword within the green wooden sword. The divine path of time was dormant, and Suyu helplessly found that the time acceleration of 1,000 times that he was used to could no longer be used. He could only comprehend it step by step. Fortunately, Suyu's experience was extraordinary, and he had the experience of practicing the 9 suns cosmos sword formation. In terms of sword will, it was the same as demon sword wuya, and his comprehension was like divine help. 1 month later, the butler led the servants back and forth to patrol around the spacecraft. All of a sudden, a sharp sword chi shot out from the cabin and almost destroyed the upper half of the cabin. The butler was caught off guard, and his whole body surged with divine power to resolve the sword aura. The servants nearby were not so lucky, and all of them were injured by the sword aura. The butler was surprised. What kind of powerful swordsmanship did the young master cultivate? The sword just now was comparable to a full blow from a level 4 Cavern World Senior. Clang! The sharp sword returned to its scabbard, and the sword aura quickly disappeared. Suyu had an ordinary divine sword hanging from his waist. He stepped out and said apologetically, "The wounded will be treated immediately." The butler said, "It's okay, just superficial wounds." "Young master, we are almost at the Morong Island. I hope you are ready." Suyu nodded. On this trip, Shueyu represented the Shue family and came to the Morong family to marry one of the famous daughters of the Morong family. Suyu was reluctant, but before his strength was restored, it was not advisable to do anything unexpected. In particular, everyone knew that Shueyu was deeply in love with Morong Qingqing. "Yes, I'm looking forward to it," Suyu said. The butler's face was full of smiles, but when he turned around, he sighed softly. The spacecraft arrived at the Morong Island, and Suyu was surprised. Nominally, it was an island, but in fact, it was a giant tortoise the size of 10 cavern worlds. It had been sleeping in the constellation sea for many years, and its exposed shell gradually gathered people, forming a group of creatures led by the Morong family. From the soul-searching, Suyu learned that many forces' territories were built on similar strange giant beasts. Some of them were still alive, and their positions were constantly changing. The Great Beginning Realm is extraordinary indeed. There are so many giant beasts of heaven and earth. I can't even imagine it in the God Realm, Suyu said to himself. Ha ha ha. The Shui family is here to welcome you, Morong Fong. A handsome man who looked to be in his 20s led a crew to welcome them. The butler said hurriedly, "I dare not. How could I let the Morong family's master welcome me personally?" He secretly winked at Suyu, telling Suyu to quickly come forward and greet him. Suyu sized him up, a level 1 cavern world master with decent strength. In Suyu's eyes, he was merely decent. "Oh, it's the Morong family's master. Shueyu has been rude." Suyu came forward and cupped his fists. Morong Feng's eyes flashed, and his eyes showed a hint of surprise. When facing Suyu, he had the illusion that he was facing an emperor. It was as if the young man in front of him was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Morong Feng found such a preposterous feeling inconceivable. "Humph! Shueyu, aren't you being too arrogant? How could you be so polite to the Morong family's master?" A handsome young man who looked very similar to Morong Feng criticized. Indeed, as a junior, Suyu looked straight ahead and cupped his fists in response to his elder, as if they were peers. It was indeed disrespectful. "It doesn't matter. I've long heard that the Shui family is full of talented people. but I never thought that the inexperienced junior would be so outstanding. Neither servile nor overbearing, calm and composed. Not bad, not bad, Morong Fong praised. The handsome young man's face was filled with hostility. Who is he? Xue Lei is more like him. Xue Lei was the most outstanding youth of the Xue family's current generation. He was also Xue Yu's elder brother. His qualifications and talents were among the best. At such a young age, he already had the strength of a level 3 cavern world master. The family master thought highly of him, and the whole family respected him. They had long secretly regarded him as the future successor of the Xue family. On the other hand, Xue Yu was not mediocre, but compared to Xue Lei, he paled in comparison. Elder Qingyan, don't be rude, Morong Fong scolded. He smiled at Su Yu. You must be tired from the journey. Please come in and rest. This young man was also a seemingly young cultivator of the older generation. The housekeeper had a mission and was extremely nervous. Every word and action was cautious. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Xue Yu smiled calmly. Morong family's master is too polite. Let's get down to business. Everyone was disappointed. What an impatient young man. With such a character, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. The housekeeper secretly tugged at Su Yu's sleeves, hinting for him to be careful with his words and actions. Only Morong Fong was surprised. He had met countless people. He could tell who was impatient and who was shrewd with just a glance. Su Yu did not give him the impression that he was impatient. Instead, he was like a condescending superior who did not care about complicated etiquette. He realized that he could not understand the young man in front of him. He smiled. All right, I'll arrange the ceremony immediately. The Morong family had already made the necessary preparations. In front of the ancestral shrine in the mansion, all of the Morong family's respectable members had arrived. The Xue family was represented by Xue Yu. Both parties met in front of the ancestral shrine. Su Yu also saw the famous #1 beauty, Morong Qingqing. Her light purple dress trailed on the ground, accentuating her slender figure. She looked like a purple tulip. Her black hair was tied up in a bun. Her face was covered with a thin veil, concealing her face. Only a pair of beautiful eyes could be seen. Although Su Yu could easily see through her face, he had no interest in it. In fact, he only glanced at her casually and then paid no more attention to her. Nephew Xue, did you bring the document? Morong Fong asked. Su Yu was expressionless. He took out the marriage contract with the Xue family seal. All the Morong family had to do was put their seal on it, and the marriage contract would be established. Morong Fong was satisfied. Not bad. Since both parties have already come to an agreement, let the marriage contract be established. He took out the Morong family seal and stamped it on the contract.